Good evening, everyone. You're all so quiet. Hallie, I don't know that I've been in here recently where everybody has been so quiet. Welcome to the City Board of Directors meeting for April 18th, 2017, where we are about to embark on doing the city's business and representing all of you in the best way we can with a variety of issues that we have before us this week. So I'll call on our Assistant City Clerk to read the roll, please.
Director Hendricks, Director Richardson, Director Peck, Director Hines, Director Wright, Director Wyrick, Director Campiris, Director Fortson, Director Adcock, Vice Mayor Webb, Mayor Stodola.
Here. Let me call on Director Dean Campiris for our invocation, please.
Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly One, please watch over all of us tonight as we go about making decisions for our city. Please give us the patience and understanding to respect each one's differing opinions, to respect different races, creeds, beliefs, and ethnicities. And please help us to come together to promote peace in this city, in this state, this country, and this nation. Amen.
Amen. If you would, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we get into the actual agenda, I have a proclamation that I would like to present. This is a very important week, and let me go to the dais or to the podium and ask Vice Mayor Webb to take control of all of you. This proclamation reads as follows. Know ye all people by these presents greetings. Whereas the week of April 17th through the 22nd has been designated as the National Community Development Week by the National Community Association to celebrate the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG program, and the Home Investment Partnership program. And whereas the CDBG program provides annual funding and flexibility to local communities to provide decent, safe, and affordable housing, a suitable living environment, and economic opportunities to low and moderate income people. And whereas the HOME program provides funding to local communities to create decent, safe, and affordable housing opportunities for low-income persons with nationally over 1 million units of affordable housing having been completed using HOME funds. And whereas over the past 5 years, our community, Little Rock, has received a total of $6,884,756 in CDBG funds and $2,885,620 in home funds, which have been used to make direct impact on the public infrastructure and public services and addressing the housing needs of our citizens, and has allowed the City of Little Rock to be effective stewards of taxpayer money by leveraging these funds to make an even greater indirect impact by restoring and developing homes, particularly in the core of our city. Now, therefore, I, Mark Stodola, the mayor of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, do hereby proclaim the week of April 17th through the 22nd as National Community Development Week here in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and encourage all citizens to join together in expressing support for the Community Development Block Grant Program and the Home Investment Partnership Program, and urging Congress and the administration to recognize the outstanding work being done locally and nationally through CDBG and home programs, and supporting increased funding for both of these programs in fiscal year 2018. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and seal on this 17th day of April 2017. And let me present this to Kevin Howard, who is our Community Programs Manager, and ask him if he wants to add anything to this dialogue. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Board members, Vice Mayor, Bruce, our city manager. We had a community development fair today, And as the mayor stated, we had a lot of people there in support of our community development block grant program and our home investment partnership program. We had all our service providers there that receive funding from the federal government that we received from the U.S. Department of HUD. We had Wanda Merritt, which is the director of our Little Rock HUD field office here, and she came and spoke and said a few words, and we had Representative Love that came and spoke. And I think everyone enjoyed what went on today, and the mayor could be attest to that. These funds are very important to the city of Little Rock. They provide so many different things, such as public service grants. We provide housing. We provide all different things for nonprofit organizations such as World Changers, AmeriCorps grants that we receive. And I think it's so very important that everyone in here and the citizens of the city of Little Rock understand that we need your support for these funds to continue to the city of Little Rock and for these funds to be used by the city of Little Rock. So it's important that you reach out to your representatives, congressional members to support these efforts that we have in the city of Little Rock under this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Let me just put an exclamation point on the last point that Kevin made. The community development block grant monies have been made available to cities directly since 1974 when President Richard Nixon was president. It was actually a program that was proclaimed and done by a Republican administration. And, we here in the city are nonpartisan. We simply want to help people. We want to take care of our citizens in so many different ways. The CDBG program monies, the home monies, the AmeriCorps monies are scheduled under the presidential budget to be eliminated. What does that mean? It means that all of those programs that we just talked about, all of those homes that we have helped people with, if that funding is cut, there will be no ability to help those people whatsoever. It means that the 1,200 meals that are served each week by Meals on Wheels to elderly people that are in their homes and can't get out will be eliminated. It means that those AmeriCorps programs that you've heard us bring forward, the Sun Team 7 teams that come in and do the neighborhood weatherization, they take care of all those programs, that will be eliminated. It means that our World Changers program, where they come in, these young people that we have, 16 to 24 years old, that come in and for 6 weeks volunteer their time, and they fix over 33 homes of people who are elderly and on fixed incomes and really transform neighborhoods. That will be eliminated. So I just encourage all of you to speak up and talk to our representatives, our congressmen and our senators, and let them know that we must continue these programs. It's very, very important. So I urge you to take action. We need more than just the city board or the mayor to tell these stories. We've got to have you as citizens speak up about these issues. So thank you.
Mayor, would you want to turn the light on?
Your microphone is on, Director Hendricks.
Has a green light.
That's right. Well, go ahead. If you'll just pull the microphone to you, it's on.
Okay, the thing that I wanted to share with the public is that how many, I don't expect you to raise your hand, but how many of you all were aware that the program has been cut drastically? And people may say that it happened under this administration, but I beg to differ with you. It happened under the other administration and the one before that. So I would encourage you, for those persons that are in need, to contact your congressman. I don't know whether you all do that, but looking at your expression, I don't think many of you do that. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We can now move on to the next presentation, which is Sculpture in the River Market. And who is going to make that presentation? Director Campiris, thank you. Director Campiris has been really a steward of our Sculpture in the River Market project, and it's a great, great event that's added a wonderful art to our public art to our city, and not just in the River Market, but beginning to be all over the city. So, Director Campiris, I know we got a big activity coming up this weekend. If you'll tell us about it, please.
Thank you. Quickly, this is the 10th anniversary of Sculpture at the River Market. This is a partnership between our city, our A&P Commission, and a committee of volunteers who do most of the legwork and the hard work for this. And since we have started placing sculpture in the city, which actually started before the onset of this. The city of Little Rock, or agencies of the city of Little Rock, own $4 million worth of sculpture. And there's no public money basically in that. So you have a situation where you have a small city with $4 million worth of sculpture. And this is the 10th anniversary sale. The preview party is Friday night, and the preview party is going to be going on whether it's raining or not. So come to it. At the preview party, you'll be able to visualize the work of 50 different artists, each who bring at least 10 pieces of work. So you're going to be able to see 500 plus pieces of world-class art in this exhibit. And we also have a contest that we started about 4 or 5 years ago, where we place a piece of art someplace, first of all in the park, and then now in the community. So if you look across the top, you can see the first pieces of art that were placed, and the first three are in the park. Peace by Laurie Aycock, Joan's good friend, is at Second and Main. Mockingbird Tree by Michael Warwick, who is a professor at UALR, is at the corner of Chenal and Chenal Parkway. And this will be the piece that will go in September of this year to commemorate the 60th anniversary of Central High School. And it's a very powerful piece, and it's going to be probably the first new addition to the Central High School campus, I guess ever, Bruce, isn't that right? So what happens is that the people who come to the show put in proposals for us to vote on. And the committee selects, so it's supposed to do 6, but we got 7 this year because they were all so close. And this piece is going to go this year at the entrance into the Southwest Community Center next to the D. Brown Library. So what we're trying to do is to take art into the community. And Scott's going to show you the 7 pieces that you vote on. And what happens is you come to the show, you look at the art, you eat, maybe you have a libation or two, and then you get to vote on the art. 3 sculptures are picked, and then on Sunday, the winner is announced. So here are the 7 pieces. This is Unity by Terry Bean, who is a Little Rock artist. This is a man named Craig Campbell from Wichita, Kansas, and this will be a bronze piece about 6 feet long, and it's a man on a makeshift car with a dog and a rabbit and a squirrel, and it's a real fun, playful piece. Terry's first piece, the first one we saw, was about 12 feet tall. This one's about 7 feet long and about 4 feet tall. The next one is by a lady named Janie Dedecker, and this is a piece of a girl walking through a slightly tilted door, and it's to mean contemplation and to say, I'm in a place, stop, enjoy where I am. So the community center, the library, and that sort of thing. The next piece is by a new artist to the show named Jack Hill, and this is a 6 or 7 foot banana on roller skates. And it again goes to the theme of a community center. It's fun, it's playful, front of a library, and we try to pick pieces that would go well in that setting. The next piece is by a man named Mark Licklider, and it's Vital Connections. And he is trying to represent all the different things that are going on at the Southwest community area. The police station, the library, and what Children's Hospital is going to be putting in. So he came up with an idea using stainless steel about how you say it's all there together and it's all interwoven together. This is a piece by Ted Shaw, and it is actually bronze, and the piece in between is stainless steel. And it again talks about unity and coming together in a central purpose. And then the last piece is a piece by a young man named Stephen Shasman. And it's an interesting piece because it was proposed 2 or 3 years ago. It was actually one of the pieces that was supposed to be in the finals. He made it strictly for Little Rock and Arkansas, and it's supposed to symbolize an A, and it's Corten steel with bronze on the top, and then it's got a globe in the middle of sandstone. It didn't get into the competition because his wife was pregnant and delivered, and if you can't be here for the competition, you don't get to have your name submitted. So he resubmitted it for this site. It's actually a really big piece. It's 16 feet tall, and the base is probably about 10 feet wide. So it would fit, again, go in well in that location. The preview party's from 6:30 to 9:30. It's a ticketed event, $100 a person, but Saturday and Sunday, it is free to the public. Anybody can come. The artists are there, the work is there. You can come, you can browse, you can talk to the people, you can see what they've got on display. Hopefully, you may choose to buy something. And that's what we're going to do this year. So if any of the board members would like to come, see me afterwards, and I think I can probably give you a couple of tickets.
Thank you.
Any
Thank you very
questions?
much, Dean.
Thank you.
You know, as a community, we should be very proud to have people like Director Campuris and the Sculpture at the River Market Committee that are really putting out the idea that art is part of the culture of our city and part of the definition of who we are as a community. And I think it's just really a great opportunity to see what that means in terms of our city. And the ability to now expand it out into other parts of the city is even better. So I would encourage everybody to get out there on, if you can, buy a ticket on Friday, help us with the fundraising that we do for these things. And if not, come on Saturday or Sunday. It's free, and see some beautiful, beautiful sculpture. How many artists will there be, Dean? 50 artists each that bring at least 10 pieces down in the River Market Pavilions. It's a lot of fun. Okay, we can now move on now to our agenda, and we have. Excuse me. Let me get this. We have 2 items for addition to the agenda, Resolution M1 and Resolution M2. Is there a motion to add these to the agenda? Is there a second? Pardon? We'll read them separately. I do have, well, let me go ahead and get them on the agenda first, and then we have questions about them. All in favor of adding them to the agenda indicate by saying aye. Aye. Both say nay. Okay, the first person that's on my list here is Director Hines.
Mayor, before we go into consent agenda, I've got some questions about Resolution 1, so we can either answer them now or we can hold it separate.
No, I think there's a request to hold these separately, so we'll add them to the agenda. We'll read
No,
M2.
no, item 1, not
Oh,
M1.
item 1 on the agenda.
I agree with this, holding M1 and M2
Okay,
separate.
we'll separate item 1 as well.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, on the modifications, Director Hendricks had requested a roll call.
Okay. A roll call on adding these resolutions to the agenda. I thought I heard everybody vote for that, but maybe not. No, we added Resolution M1 and M2 to the agenda. Are you asking for a roll call on that? Well, the request was to read them separately, and typically when we have a board member who asks for an item to be read separately, we read it separately. Now, if you wish, once it is read and voted on, if you wish to ask for a roll call, then we'll recognize that and get a roll call. Pardon? All in favor of adding these resolutions to the agenda, yes, and they have been added. Mr. Carpenter, do you want to help sort this out? The roll call, they're going to be read separately, and if there is a request for a roll call based on the vote, then we will recognize your request for a roll call.
Mayor, when the motion was made to add them to the agenda, that's when I heard Director Hendricks ask for a roll call, so I thought it was a vote on whether, a roll call vote on whether to add the two items to the agenda. That's what I thought it was.
And she's explained that that was not the case.
Okay.
All right, Director Adcock, you're recognized, please.
That's what I wanted, Mayor, just leave them separate, please.
All right, as we have traditionally done, if somebody wants one of these items read separately, we will not put it in the consent agenda, where we read as many as we think are not going to be controversial all at once. So, okay, Director Hendricks, did you have anything else?
No, I want to make sure that when this comes up for a vote, that there will be a roll call.
All right, well, I'll let you certainly
And I
recognize.
do this because once before, you sort of ignored it.
I'll certainly recognize you at the appropriate time. This is not the appropriate time. Thank you. All right, so we've added M1 and M2 to the resolution, to the agenda, and we'll go ahead and deal with those separately now. Madam Clerk, if you would, please read the resolution M1.
A resolution to express support for the proposal to extend the existing property tax millage for the Little Rock School District in order to support the construction of needed facilities, to encourage citizens to vote for the extension at the election to be held on May 9th, 2017, and for other purposes.
All right, we've had the reading of the resolution. I do have cards on this matter, so I'll go ahead and call on the citizens that are here who wish to speak on this matter, and then I'll recognize any board members that wish to speak on this matter as well. The first card I have is from Samantha Toro. Welcome, Ms. Toro.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Directors, City Manager. Over the years, this board has been notoriously silent on issues related to our school district. It took citizens many weeks of negotiating, finagling, emailing back and forth, for this board to finally pass the resolution asking the school district to conduct community impact studies before closing schools in low-income Black and brown neighborhoods. It took the poor folks south of 630 a lot of work and many weeks to get this resolution passed. But it seems, almost instantly, as soon as the Chamber of Commerce takes a position on an issue, a resolution in support of this issue appears on the agenda. I know what you're going to say. I don't know you. I don't know how hard you work or all the work you're doing behind the scenes. You're right, I don't. We're told to sit down, be quiet, and trust you to handle the issue. We've had our school board, our voice, taken away. And we're supposed to trust you and trust this system that's done nothing but cast our concerns aside. Telling us to be quiet and to trust you is tone-deaf, insensitive, and bordering on insulting. I understand sometimes political compromises have to be made, but I will not support a compromise that throws the city's most vulnerable citizens under the bus. The Little Rock School District is made up of 82.5% Black, brown, and other minority students. I see mostly the white middle class and business community supporting this millage. I see the low-income folks south of I-630 mostly opposing it. Please do not ignore the concerns of half the city and most LRSD parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toro. The next card I have is from Vincent Tolliver.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Nice to see you. Good evening to my director, Irma Hendricks, to City Manager Bruce Moore, City Attorney Tom Carpenter, and to the rest of the Board of Directors. Now, I have before I get to my concern, I have a statement from Director Richardson in his absence. He is ill, but he has managed to send a couple of sentences, taking no position on this resolution. His sentence reads as follows: The mayor and members of the Board of Directors of the City of Little Rock, Arkansas shall take no position on the May 9th, 2017 tax extension until such time as the people of Little Rock School District are represented by a democratically elected school board, and after which time a community impact statement has been conducted. So that statement is from Director Richardson in his absence. My questions regarding this resolution M1 is, number one, who is the primary sponsor on the board for this resolution?
Well, go ahead and make your statement, and then if anybody wishes to respond to that, we'll find out.
All right. Well, the statement is this, Mayor. I find that this resolution, number one, is incredulous. I think that given each of you on the board, given that you guys are democratically elected, I think that certainly you understand that when the citizens of Little Rock who live in the Little Rock School District have no voice, that is not how America works. It's not how America should. You are elected by the citizens of Little Rock, and it is your responsibility, it is your fiduciary duty to be responsible to us. Now, this resolution is contrary to your fiduciary duty as elected board of directors for the city. And so for me, it is unconscionable that you would even have this resolution presented this evening when you are full aware that the state took over the Little Rock School District, which was democratically elected by the citizens of Little Rock. So I am wondering where your moral conscience is in this, and I think that the person who supported this should be embarrassed, and I think that you should also be aware that people are paying particular attention to your votes with regard to this particular resolution. I also know or suspect that each of you are probably plan on running for re-election sometime in the near future. And so I want to caution you, and I want you to know very clearly that people are paying very close attention to this. And I want you to really think about why you are here, how you got here. And you got here because people decided to vote for you. Now, you also know that in charge of the Little Rock School District is one person right now, and that's Johnny Key. He was not elected by anyone in Little Rock. He was appointed by the governor. And so in all good conscience, it seems to me that this would not even have made the agenda, and I'm embarrassed that the city would even put this resolution forward given the circumstances of the Little Rock School District. That ends my comments, but as a resident of Ward 1 and as a proud Arkansan and as a proud citizen of Little Rock, I am embarrassed by this resolution. And I think the people who sponsored it should be equally embarrassed because it is counterproductive to the people who elected you. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Tolliver. I don't see anybody turning their light on to ask you any questions at this time.
All right.
The next card I have is from Darian Smith. Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, City Directors, good evening. I was hoping you would call my boss first, but since I'm here, I'll go now. I am Darian Smith. I'm the principal of Mapleville Elementary School and a proud 1990 graduate of Parkview Fine Arts and Science Magnet School. In total, as a student, teacher, assistant principal, and principal, I have 36 years of experience with the Little Rock School District. I stand before you to give you the facts on why the time is now that we set aside our differences of opinion and focus on the facts and the future of the Little Rock School District, the city of Little Rock, and most importantly, that has been missed in this whole conversation, are the children. We can agree or disagree that the city of Little Rock and the Little Rock School District have come a long way in the past 50 years. We can agree or disagree that issues remain. But here are some facts. By supporting the millage on May 9th, we will give the Little Rock School District access to millions of dollars, which will result in major improvements throughout the district. One being my building. When it rains, I know exactly where to put trash buckets out to catch the water. By supporting the millage on May 9th, We will allow the renewal of the McClellan site that will positively impact the community. Additionally, it will allow us to invest in a new high school in the Southwest Little Rock area, which my students will be the direct benefactors of. And finally, by supporting the millage, we will send a signal to the city and to the state that we have a vested interest in all of the children of Little Rock School District. Congressman John Lewis, an American politician and civil rights leader, once said, "If not us, then who? If not now, then when?" Despite the challenges, the issues, and the differences that we may be confronted with, I'm very hopeful and optimistic about the future. The future for the Little Rock School District begins on May 9th with your support. As we acknowledge our differences, we must work to discover common ground for mutually beneficial agreements. We must begin with the end in mind. The end in mind involves the current and future students of the Little Rock School District. When we begin with the end in mind, the reason for your support becomes very clear. A healthy and progressive Little Rock School District is vital to a healthy and progressive city of Little Rock. Join me in supporting the passage of the millage on May 9th. The time is now, not if or when. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Just a second, I think, Director Hendricks, do you have a question for Mr. Smith? All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next card I have is from Dr. Lily Bowie.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Webb, the city manager, as well as this distinguished board of directors. Greetings. I bring to you on behalf of Superintendent Poore, his administrative team, and the child nutrition employees of the Little Rock School District. I am Dr. Lily Bowie. I'm the Child Nutrition Director for the district, and I also serve as the National School Nutrition Association's at-large director. As Child Nutrition Director for the district, my team and I provide oversight to the administration of all child feeding programs within the district. I've been with the district now for about 12 years, and the child nutrition team and I serve over 12 to 15,000 meals a day, with 298 unstaffed with 46 open kitchens. I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak to you this evening regarding our desire to seek your continued support of the bond renewal and the impact to the child nutrition programs. First and foremost, we're elated that the budget woes of the district did not impact child nutrition programs through privatization. The fear that child nutrition programs were being privatized caused many problems and concerns with child nutrition employees regarding their benefits, their retirement, job security, and assurances for quality meals and the continuance of quality meals being provided to the children across Little Rock School District's campuses. Most importantly, I come this evening to address you regarding your support of this resolution because it impacts child nutrition programs as over 21 school kitchens operate daily without air conditioning. Yes, the dining rooms have air conditioning, but the kitchens do not. Little Rock School District child nutrition employees provide the highest numbers of meals collectively for a food service entity within the state of Arkansas. And previously I stated 12,000, but in correction, the Little Rock School District provides anywhere from 15 to 17,000 meals a day in 21 unair-conditioned kitchens. For the many child nutrition managers and food service assistants, air-conditioned kitchens would mean not making a choice during the summer months and during August and September to menu more sandwiches and lighter food items. It would mean not making a choice during the summer months of a standard uniform and a cooler golf shirt and ankle uniform pants in order to be able to provide food to our children in a safe and sanitary environment. It would mean discontinuance of the fans and putting up screen doors to ensure that they receive air while inside these hot kitchens. Little Rock School District across the summer provides meal service to over 20 sites and we feed about 5,000 students per day. Many of these sites we operate for the city of Little Rock for your Parks and Recreations program. We also operate sites in other months for Cooking Matters and for the city of Little Rock's other programs. I would like to end my communications with you this evening by sharing a story with you. Just a few weeks ago, I had an opportunity to be in a meeting among child nutrition directors in the state of Arkansas. There was a group of directors who wanted to speak with me. Their inquiry was stunning as they asked me, "Lily, is it true?" And my response to them was, "What is what true? Little Rock School District has kitchens with no air? How do they make it?" they asked me. My response is, and was to them, "It is hard, but they're dedicated to feeding children and being a part of the educational process for Little Rock School District's community." There's an upcoming opportunity for our schools to be funded to assist in getting air in the kitchens and other improvements in the district. I asked those child nutrition directors in the state to share the good news and ask that folks vote in support of this particular issue. We seek your support as Little Rock School District child nutrition workers and the educational team of Little Rock School District. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Bowie.
Yes, sir.
Director Hendricks, you're recognized, please.
Yes, ma'am.
There we go. It seems that you talked about cooking,
Yes, ma'am.
food. I thought what we're voting on has to do with construction.
It has to do with improvements, is my understanding, and construction would include adding air conditions in those kitchens, which is a part of a construction initiative. We just can't, go out and get a standard ventilation system because those kitchens have ventilation exhaust systems. It would be a part of a construction project. Yes, ma'am.
And so for all of these years, there has been no air conditioning. Is that what
No,
you
ma'am.
said?
Long before my time, Ms. Hendricks.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
The next thing, what meals are you serving? Just breakfast or lunch and breakfast?
Absolutely not. Thank you for asking. The Little Rock School District provide 11 different menus for children. We provide breakfast, a traditional breakfast. We provide grab-and-go
If you would
breakfast.
stop right there,
Yes,
why
ma'am.
are you all feeding breakfast? Where are the parents?
Oh, that's a part of a
Where
government's
are the
initiative.
parents? It's embarrassing to me. I fed all 6 of my children breakfast.
Well,
And that to me, it's political, and I have to blame a certain party for this. And who eat the breakfast? Minorities?
no, ma'am.
Ooh, what's the
May I
majority of the
respond?
persons that you feed by color?
With all due respect, may I respond, please?
Yeah.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
what I want.
Breakfast is a mandate on a national level.
No, I'm not. That's not my question. I said, what percentage of children by minority, by race, eat breakfast?
I don't have that data
I
for
can
you.
tell you, it's all of them practically, and I'm embarrassed for it. It says to me you're handicapping people when you want to feed them breakfast. If they have a home that they come through, that's where they should have eaten breakfast. I'm through.
May I share the news, Mr. Mayor?
Certainly, go
Little
ahead.
Rock School District is ranked number 13 in the country for having provided adequate, nutritious breakfast meals to children as an at-large district. That report came out just a month and a half ago from the Food Research and Action Center, where Little Rock is doing a good job in relations to feeding the children breakfast, and breakfast is a federal mandate.
You want to expound upon the importance of being adequately receiving food and nutrition as it relates to their ability to learn?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Hendricks asked in relations to why are we providing the breakfast, and we are providing breakfast because we want to enhance the educational process for our children. Little Rock School District currently provides meals at no charge to 32 of its open cafeterias, breakfast and lunch at no charge. And when she asked about the breakfast, we provide breakfast, it's traditional, breakfast in the classroom, grab-and-go breakfast. We have lunch. We have Lunch Express. We have the supper program. We have PM snack. We have an ADE snack. So all of this is done in non-air conditioned kitchens, at least 21 of them. And we would like to see continued support of the initiative because it's hot out there, and we definitely want to ensure that children receive a nutritious meal and one that maintains high standards in our kitchens.
Thank you, Dr. Bowie.
Thank you.
The next card I have is from Dr. Sadie Mitchell.
Good evening to our honorable leaders, to our Vice Mayor, Ms. Kathy Webb, and to Mayor Mark Stoddle, City Manager Bruce Moore, City Directors, and my own Director, Ms. Doris Wright, who I've supported throughout many, many years. I'm here this evening in the absence of Superintendent Mike Poore, who is attending the VIPS Parade of Stars, where our volunteers for the year are being recognized for volunteering over 845,000 hours of service to our schools. We appreciate all of our partnerships with the City of Little Rock, and we are certainly grateful, and many of the city people are there this evening being recognized. I am Sadie Mitchell, Associate Superintendent for Elementary Schools in the Little Rock School District. I've been an educational leader for 38 years, serving as a teacher, assistant principal, and a principal in the district. It has been a pleasure and an honor to serve at Central Office the past 25 years. And during my tenure at Central Office, I've experienced working with many leadership styles and superintendents. And although I'm not here to sing praises for Superintendent Poore, I would be remiss if I did not share with you what an outstanding leader he is. He's knowledgeable about the work that we are all doing on a daily basis. His love for children and his employees is genuine, and his work ethics are impeccable. I'm not sure if I can say that about the last 18 superintendents I've worked for in 25 years. No matter the struggle, Mr. Poore continues to fight for a worthy cause, and I know that he is a champion for the Little Rock School District and is doing everything in his power to build our schools up, to create a stronger magnet school program, and meet one-on-one with schools and their leadership teams to make sure they are having everything they need to be successful. I have a rich history with the Little Rock School District. And as I visit schools, I see anxious and happy children, teachers coming to school eager to teach and with whatever tools that they may have in whatever building that they work in. We are many schools isolated in buildings, but we are one district, working for the same goal, which is to provide a quality education for all children. We have spent numerous hours discussing, brainstorming, thinking, rethinking, respectfully challenging, digging in reports at each other, arguing with each other. We have asked each other all the difficult questions to determine where the greatest needs and challenges are in our district. We have discussed the pros and the cons in our discussions, and with all of this planning and thinking, we collectively came to a decision that we had needs that will impact every child in this district. But we laid the best plans and thinking on the table for the schools with the greatest needs. We have talked to principals individually, in small groups, in whole groups, one-on-one meetings, principal leadership, school leadership team meetings with teachers, and the challenges of our principals and teachers are real. And each day they face them with a smile, just like I do. I can speak to you on behalf of our principals and our schools and our leadership teams to tell you that they are 100% behind us. During my career, I spearheaded the building projects at Stevens, King Magnet School, Wakefield, Roberts, revitalizing Chico, revitalizing Forest Heights. And while trying to improve our schools, I had an opportunity to travel to other districts and states to see some of the greatest innovations being offered to children. I served as the president of the Magnet Review Committee for many years to ensure that our magnet schools were some of the best in the nation, and they were recognized as some of the best in the nation. Under Mr. Poor's leadership, we're doing everything we can to battle and compete against charters by enhancing our magnet programs, upbeating recruiting, improving instruction, handling student family needs, and seeking to improve our facilities. We owe it to our children and our Southwest community to build a state-of-the-arts establishment. But at the same time, we can't forget about the other projects that our leadership teams and facility services teams have shared with us. This effort is not about control, power, or even authority. It's about the future well-being of children and employees in the Little Rock School District and joining together with the City of Little Rock to build a better community. It's about who can say, yes, I'm in. Unfortunately, I attended the service of a family member last week where family members came from all over this nation: Detroit, Flint, Chicago, Dallas, Atlanta, Colorado Springs, and Memphis. And I was surprised to know and even hear all of the embellished stories that they heard about the takeover of the Little Rock School District, political comments, opinions, and about the city of Little Rock, a place I have come to call home. The defense for me was not only for the district, but it was also for the city. Oftentimes when I'm speaking in the community or sending encouragement out to the principals I supervise, I share a story. And I wish to share this story and leave it with you today. And the title of it is, That's Not My Job. It is a story about 4 people named Everybody, Somebody, Anybody, and Nobody. There was an important job to be done, and everybody was sure that somebody would do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody got angry about this, that, and the other, because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought anybody could do it, but nobody realized that everybody wouldn't do it. It ended up that everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have done. Behind the play on these words is a subtle message. This message is about taking the personal responsibility for your decisions and your actions. If you want to join us in creating a great district, don't be like everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. Be true to yourself. Take responsibility for your decisions. Don't let everybody, somebody, anybody, or nobody stop you from doing what you need to do to create a prosperous future for our children and employees. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I'm just somebody asking everybody to support the Little Rock School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Director Hines, do you have a question for Dr. Mitchell? What? For later, okay. I have a card from Muskie Harris on M1. It's a yellow card. It should have been a white card, but that's okay, Muskie. Go ahead.
Good evening. You know, time changes all of us, so let me make sure I get all y'all in focus. You live here long enough, you will change. Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor Webb, Mr. Moore, friend Tom, Little Rock Central graduate, Ms. Atka, Hall High, Webb, Ms. Peck, Hall High, Ms. Hendricks, Little Rock School District, Mr. Compuris, Hall High. See how time changes all? You step forward. My name is Muskie Harris. I'm a fourth generation Little Rockian, educated in Little Rock School District, opportunities given to me from the Little Rock School District. And I want to say welcome to the visitors at home that are watching us also. People do pay attention to what is happening in this building. I'm here to ask for your support tonight for this millage, because for 30 years, I've sit here and watched it implode. And I want to thank the governor for stepping in and saving our children. We have built 5 school districts with a 20-mile radius around us, private schools, which I don't blame the parents. I'm not letting my kid grow up ignorant when I can put the money over here and let that kid have the best life and best education so they can be productive, constructive, and responsible. We've had educators here from the district tell you about the deplorable conditions at the school, what they have to do to keep from getting sued, put the buckets in the floor so the students will walk around. The nutrition. In my business of rehabilitation, the first thing we do is take the stomach out of the equation, feed them. You know, empty stomach, empty mind. She made a point to y'all about the conditions of the kitchens. That is deplorable. You try to cook in your kitchen with no ventilation. You run out of there. You run outside, you come back in. Athletic facilities. What athletic facilities? Statewide, Little Rock Quigley Stadium is known as Prison High, because that's what they think they're coming to play in, a prison, because it's all walled off. I've never lived outside the sound of Quigley Stadium, but that opportunity allowed me to go to University of Arkansas. Education allowed me to be competitive and come back home, because I'm not here representing any business. I'm here representing my 6th generation that is here. They're the ones that are going to be using this new facilities that this millage will provide. I didn't prepare too much notes because I didn't want to let my emotions take the best of me. But I really want to thank y'all for listening to me, and let's grow in Little Rock.
Thank you, Muskie Harris.
Any questions?
I don't see anybody having a question yet.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the cards that I have. Director Hines, do you wish to speak? You're recognized, please.
Yes, Mayor, and you know, I think there was a question as to the sponsors. I know I'm a sponsor of this, and I'll let everybody else speak for themselves, but I think there's a majority of sponsors of this bill on this board. You know, I live, only part of my district's in Little Rock School District. The rest of it's in the Pulaski County School District. Local control will come back to this district. It did in Pulaski County. We just reelected our school board this past year. So I think that the governor and their staff are I'm a product of Little Rock School District. You know, I went to Oakhurst Elementary. I was recounting this to Muskie earlier. He was getting my lineage. So Oakhurst, Terry Elementary, Oakhurst Elementary, Franklin Elementary, Franklin Middle School, Henderson Junior High, and then Central High. So my wife graduated from Parkview. She went to Dunbar, and I can't remember where she went to elementary school. I think McDermott over there on Reservoir. But I'm supportive of this, and I think it's the right thing to do. I think majority of the folks in my ward want to see good facilities for their children, and this is what this renewal of this millage will do. Thank you.
Director Peck, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I also am one of the proud sponsors of this, also a product of Little Rock Public Schools, Forest Park, Pulaski Heights, where I first knew you, Muskie, Hall High, where I'm still an active member of our alum association, and Dr. Mitchell, you said it best. It's not about control or power. It's about the students and their well-being. It's about the people that work in the cafeteria. It's about the aides. It's about the teachers. It's about school pride. It's about competing with charters. It's about improvements that are long past due. It's about roofs that are leaking being repaired. It's about ventilation and windows and lighting. It's about the students. That's all it's about. I think this is a step in the right direction in getting local control back. I understand how divisive this has been and continues to be, but I think it is time for us to come together as a community and do the right thing and support this millage. It is about the students. It's about public education. Thank you.
Director Wright, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to be clear with my constituents because I do support this. I support the Little Rock School District. I have 5 elementary schools in my ward, 1 high school and 1 middle school. Both of them, all of these, both the high school, the middle school, all 5 elementary schools need a lot of work. I don't see anybody arguing about that. When I talk to the parents of these, that their kids attend these schools, that's their concern. They love their schools. I would prefer that none of them ever close, but that's not realistic. And I think it's very unrealistic for me to have 5 elementary schools within a 5-mile area. Less than. I think that's very unrealistic. However, that's what I have, and I'm working with it. I support this resolution, but my constituents need to understand that this resolution does not make them vote for something that they don't want. I would encourage you to think about the future of our children, because if we don't fix these schools, they're going to fall apart. Where's the money going to come from? You're paying the millage anyway. Your taxes will not go up. You're extending the millage the same as if you refinanced your house. It's the same thing. So my support is 100% behind the Little Rock School District. And I agree with my colleagues. As far as I'm concerned, it's not about control. It's about the kids, what's going to be best for them. How can we make their future better? We can't do that in crumbling buildings. We can't do that in kitchens with no air conditioning. We can't do that with roofs that leak. If your roof leaked in your house, what would you do? So, whereas I support this resolution and I will be voting to pass it, if I have constituents out there that disagree, when you go into that booth, you vote how you feel. Okay? Thank you.
Director Hendricks, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Somehow this conversation has boiled down to eating, but in this resolution it says construction. And construction is far more important than eating. Well, eating's good too, but let's not be fooled by the fact that the people who work for the district is talking about cooking in the kitchen and how hot it is. You know, I can remember we didn't have no air conditioning nowhere. But I want to let you know that I'm the oldest person up here. I think you know that. The district removed Ish, Wrightsville, Westside, Mitchell, Capitol Hill. That's Ward 1. Okay? Right now, we have Washington, Central, Gibbs, Stevens, Dunbar, and Carver. But I think we need to be talking about the millage. Let's talk about why this item is on the agenda. It's to build out west. How many of you black people are tired of all the schools being closed in the inner city where we live in a majority? See, your people come down here and talk trash, stuff that's not even relevant to the case. I know I'm about the only black that will stand up here and tell you what you need to know. It's because for 86 years I've been through it. None of you have seen what I've seen, okay? So this is an issue. I'm a Republican, but I don't care if ACES supported it. I'm not, okay? So I just want to let you know that you're being fooled. These people up here talking about eating. And as I said, I fed 6 children before I went to the hospital as a nurse at 6 a.m. in the morning. Their breakfast was on the stove. So you're really coddling people when you, and they feed into this mess. Okay? So that's all I got. I'm not for this resolution.
Director Campuris, you recognize, please.
I hate to go after Irma. It's no fun.
Went to school with my daughter.
That's right. I'm 100% for this. If you want to know who's for it, or who's the author of it, or who will put their name on it, count me as one of them. Anytime, any place. You know, there are many eloquent people that have spoken. I've known Sadie Mitchell for 25 years. And she has stood up for children to do the right thing for children in the school district. And she's right. My friend Bobby Roberts is not quite as eloquent as Sadie is. And basically what he said was, this is the simplest vote you'll ever have to make. The absolute simplest vote. This has not got anything to do with the school board. It's not got anything to do with control. It's got to do with a dilapidated school system and buildings that can't be used to adequately educate children. That's all it's about. If you look at this in a very pragmatic way, and people say this is taxation without representation, in 2015 there was a study commissioned and reviewed by the sitting school board at that time. They recommended $375 million worth of repairs that needed to be done critically to the schools in our city. $375 million. Very much like we're looking at and have to look at roads in our cities where we have $600 million, we do a thing and we bite off what piece of the apple we can. And $160 million does just what Doris says. It extends a tax, it doesn't raise a tax, but it allows for these children to have adequate facilities to learn in. And if you think that you want to not have charter schools, you better make the public schools the best they can be so they can compete. So I go back to what Bobby Roberts said. This is the simplest vote I'll make today or will ever have to make, because this is only a vote for kids, and that's what we ought to be talking about. Not control, not anything else, but how do we take care of the kids and give the children of this community the opportunity to learn and prosper and be productive members of this community. And I will tell you, in substandard facilities, that makes it much more difficult, if not impossible.
Vice Mayor Webb, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've gotten a lot of emails today from constituents who were asking me if I supported this or not, and I do support this resolution, and I support the millage. And I know I have friends in the audience who don't, but I think it is important what everybody has said about it not being about local control. It's about the kids. It's about the buildings. I was against the state takeover. I was against Baker's firing. I spoke out against the expansion of charter schools, and I talked to constituents on a weekly basis of people who are considering taking their kids out of the Little Rock School District. I have worked very hard to change the dialogue that we in the community have had when people talk about how terrible the Little Rock School District is. It's not terrible. The Little Rock School District is a great school district. Yes, there are schools that are in distress, and one of them is my alma mater, and the same one that Directors Peck and Campuris and Mr. Harris graduated from. I take my votes very seriously and spend a lot of time thinking about them, and I will vote for this resolution, and I will vote for this millage. I respect the opinion of those who don't support it, but I hope that they will take a look and think about some of the things that we've said and consider also supporting it. I think it's important for the kids. I think it's important for the city.
Director Adcock, you're recognized, please.
I too, like Dr. Campiris and others up here, I do support this resolution. I believe my name is on it, and I'm very proud my name is on it. And for those of you that know me, you know when we started out, I was not for this. I have looked at it, I've listened to people and everything, and as I told a group today, I am for this. I know what this will do. It will do for our children. Today at lunch, we had a luncheon in Southwest Little Rock, and the principal from Baseline. And if you've never heard the principal from Baseline, you have missed a real blessing in your life. And as I sat there and looked at the sheet in front of me that listed all the schools and what they was going to get, he's going to get a new roof because he's like the Principal Smith over here. He's putting buckets down. But one thing that really alarmed me, he also is going to get air conditioning in his kitchen. But the one thing that really stuck with me, he's going to get a fire alarm replacement because his doesn't work properly. Now just think how dangerous that is with your children, your grandchildren, in a school that may not have a good fire alarm. Mableville Elementary has always been one of my very proudest schools. From the time I was in business, anytime we had a project coming from Mableville Elementary, it was always on poster board and it was all outlined and framed and everything. They go the extra mile with their kids. And Director Hendricks was talking about children. Let me tell you about Southwest Little Rock. I've lived there 58 years. I helped take 1,700 women off of welfare. Southwest Little Rock has more single moms, more children in those homes than any part of the city of Little Rock. We have the majority of the children. And I am so thankful knowing that those children are having breakfast and they're having a good lunch, because there are lots of those children, and if Director Richardson was here, the one thing he would have to tell you that Southwest Little Rock has got the highest poverty of any place in this city. So I am thankful for those foods that the children get at school. These mothers struggle to pay for the food that the children do eat at home. And just think, if they wasn't getting the food at school, the breakfast and the lunch and the snacks and everything, and stop to think of how many of our churches are providing backpacks for these children to take home with them for the weekend. Baseline just got a new church providing 50 backpacks, so all their children take home a backpack now. So our children are being looked after at these schools. These schools are the beacon for our children. And if we can pass this, in 14 years added on to this, most of us in this room will not be here. Particularly a few of us up here that are older will not be here. But the product at the end of this 14 years will be people that's going to take their seats up here, people who are going to be teachers, people who are going to be the leaders of our community. And do they want to look back and say, in 2017, they could have made things better? Our schools could have been less dangerous. We could have been better in our community. Let's not make them look back and see what we did. Let's make sure that we pass this and that we let our children and these homes that depend so much on these meals that Dr. Bowie prepares for these children, let's make sure we give them every opportunity. Let's get politics and all this, who's in control, who has power, and all this out of the way, folks. Let's instead look at these children and say, they are what we're voting for. And I think that once we do that, we're going to see that that is what we should be doing, is voting for the children, voting for our schools, voting for Mr. Smith, the principal, and the other teachers and principals in these schools, giving them all the tools. We would not want to go to work tomorrow and not have the tools for us to do our job. And that's what we need to do, is provide the tools for our schools to do the most blessed job there is, and that's raising our children. Thank you.
Director Fortson, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My colleagues have expressed virtually all of the reasons why I am supporting this resolution and will be supporting the millage. One thing that has concerned me about this dialogue, I had a call from a constituent this afternoon said, we need to vote against this millage so we can send a message to Johnny Key. And confusing local control and a message to Johnny Key and the welfare of these children is a real mistake. These are two separate issues. I'm not too sure any decision that might be made at the state level about local control of this school district will be affected by this vote, but I would think possibly an objective look might say the people of Little Rock really want to invest in the future of their school system, and they've supported the financial commitment to do so. So without belaboring all the other points, I would just express again my total support for this resolution and for the millage, and my urge and my plea to not confuse the two issues. I think all of us can agree we want and need local control back, but that's not the issue that's on the ballot May the 9th. And it would be, in my opinion, a serious mistake to confuse those two issues.
Director Hines, you're recognized, please.
Mayor, move for the adoption of the resolution.
Well, there's a motion and a second. Discussion. Director Hendricks. Well, I'm calling on you to, there's discussion on the motion. No, I'm not. You've got the microphone. You're on. Oh,
No, it's
there you
not.
are. Go ahead.
There
Sorry.
we go. My last comment had to say about, it seems that everybody's trying to make sure that people are fed. And I know it's nobody in this room can tell me, but I can tell you how many folk are being fed, black children. You're crippling a race of people. You've done it for years, and I don't like it. And I just say that you're handicapping people. If you could give me a percentage different from what I know about who's being fed, you talk about them being fed, they get food stamps to buy food. So you're crippling people, and I will say this from the top of a hill.
Discussion on the motion. Director Peck, you're recognized.
Not on the motion, Director Hendricks, with all due respect, children cannot learn if they're hungry.
Feed them at home. You don't have to feed my children.
How can you enforce that? How can you make families do that aren't capable of it?
Like
You
I told you a
cannot
minute-
learn. I can't think when I'm hungry.
Well, it's not about
Children
you. It's about a
cannot
race.
learn. I understand what
Yeah.
you're saying, but children cannot learn. This is not about hunger. With all due respect.
I don't agree with you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm black. I know what I'm talking
Discussion on the
about.
motion. Director Computer, you're recognized, please.
Well, Irma, I think you would like to have everybody be able to take care of their children at home, but in the real world that I live in, people don't take care of their children, they don't take care of their bodies. We have an epidemic in this state of obesity, heart disease, and everything else. And if you want to get another generation of children, it doesn't make any difference if they're... No, I'm talking about any child that doesn't have the opportunity to eat at home. If you want to have and cripple that child for the rest of their life and make them a non-productive citizen, then you don't provide food. You don't provide help. You don't provide counseling. You don't provide all the things you have to have. It is crazy to think that we're going to cut off food to kids who don't have the ability to have someone at home pay for it or take care of them. It is absolutely, you wouldn't do that anywhere in the world, and why would we want to do it in our school system? Secondly, the notion that this money is only going to build a school in West Little Rock is crazy. There is no school going to be built in West Little Rock. There's going to be a school built in Southwest Little Rock. Every school in this district is touched by these funds. Every last one of them. And you have to realize that at $160 million, there's $375 million worth of need. So we're not even fixed up what's going on. And when they reconstitute the school board, they will be able to go back and take the next bite out of the apple. So I respectfully disagree with you that not feeding children is the way to go.
Vice Mayor Webb, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also not on the motion. But I feel that silence would be complicity, and I would be remiss for not saying something because with my other hat on, I work with the No Kid Hungry campaign. And I would, and I'm not going to belabor the point and make a big deal out of this, but I would just say that I would invite you to go with me to not only one of the schools here, but a school district in Alma or in Cabot or in Jacksonville where the demographics are different, where there's still 70% or higher kids, free and reduced rates of kids whose families fall below the federal poverty line. And I would just, again, I know that's not the topic, but I would be remiss to not bring that up and to invite you to go with me sometime to visit one of those schools.
Director Hendricks, you're recognized.
This will be my final say-so. If we all would go back to the fact the children that they are feeding, their parents receive food stamps. Why can't the parents, you're making them cripple. And I'm black. I don't want nobody crippling me. Nobody crippled me when I was raising my children, my husband and I. 6 of those children, they never ate at a school. And we need to stop this stuff. It's a disgrace. And I wanted to put the chief into this thing, but you can go back at these children that are being raised and this trouble that they're having with you. Raise your own children. Feed your own children. Feed them at home. Take those food stamps. And there was a state legislator over at this legislative session was trying to push a bill to stop the food stamps buying crazy food instead of nourishments for that food. So I'm watching it the whole picture because I don't say things in order for people to vote for me. I know people are going to vote for me because I stand for right. I'm not perfect, but I stand for what's right. I'm not voting for something. This is my last.
I've got one more card that was given to me late by our Justice of the Peace, Donna Massey, who would like to speak on the motion. Donna, if you would come forward, please, I'll recognize you.
Help me, Donna.
Good evening to the mayor and to the city board of directors. I'm speaking against this resolution. I do not support this millage. I support our children very much. First and foremost, we say it's about the kids, and there's going to be new schools. You're giving the perception, or this millage is giving the perception that everybody's going to be at a new school. Well, they won't. There's only going to be maybe 1 or 2 new schools, if that. Secondly, or thirdly, we're saying that it's going to be in Southwest Little Rock. It should be. One should be there because that was promised 2 years ago, and they did not do it. But there's nothing in the message of this millage. There's nothing in there that actually says this school will be built in Southwest Little Rock. It just says a new school will be built, but doesn't say in Southwest Little Rock. So we're just putting all of this this money into the hands of those who are not really being specific as to what is going to really take place. Another thing, they said that charter schools are better. Well, there are statistics right now for Arkansas. Charter schools are not outperforming Little Rock School District. So that is a fact. So that was incorrect. I'm very displeased with the fact that our schools, the school where I live and represent, Franklin, is being closed. I think it's disingenuous to decide to close a school and then decide, oh, well, we need a millage to fix schools. Well, what about keeping those schools open in those areas where they close schools? So what's going to happen to these kids? Do we think that they're going to go to a new school? Some of them might, but most of them will be packed into one of the old schools like sardines. And statistics indicate and show that the larger the class size, the less that child has an opportunity to learn. I am so in support of a millage if it's done the correct way. If they restore local control to us, then our school board can at any time go and ask for a millage. But they should do that with us, with the community, making decisions, not closing our schools. They close our schools and they say this is going to yield however many millions of dollars for closing these schools. But yet all of the the plans that were presented, we're yielding like $975,000. One was 25,000. So they're not even getting close to that. All of this is just a game. It is a power grab. Yes, it is. I think we need local control before we make a decision to vote on it and support a millage. Let's see if there's anything else. Also, these schools that we want to support, thanks to Senate Bill 308, which is now, I believe, Act 542, any underutilized building in school building in the city of Little Rock, in the Little Rock School District rather, can go to a charter school. So we want to pay our tax dollars, and then at some point, because we are losing kids to charter schools, we are doing that, that is a fact. At some point, we find out that, oh, wow, this school is underutilized because we've lost a lot of kids, which means we lose a lot of revenue. Well, we're going to have to mark this building as underutilized. Guess what? Come on, charter school, you can get it. This is such a bad bill. It is for the kids. I am talking and concerned for the kids. I'm concerned for their future, for now, as well as later on. I'm concerned about the fact that we are trying to pass a millage without local control, extending our debt. Not $160 million, but probably close to $300 million. We cannot afford that. We can do a pay-as-you-go. $25 million, well, actually $44 million is what we're yielding from the current millage that we're under. $11 million of that, I think, goes to pay on the debt that we're currently under. Well, we can take that other $25 million and we can pay as you go and repair whatever needs to be repaired. And we can do that incrementally from one year to the next. So I'm asking that you do not support this millage, or do not support this millage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Massey. I've got another late arrival card from Molly Campbell. Since this is an issue that obviously people feel strongly about, I'm going to try and recognize everybody who wishes to speak. So, Molly, if you come forward, please.
Good evening. I know everyone's probably tired of this already, but thank you all for not only this conversation, but everything you do for our city. My name is Molly Campbell. I'm a parent of a Little Rock pre-K right now, and 2, soon to be 3, students who will be in the Little Rock School District for the next 18 years. So there have just been some points tonight. I won't belabor anything that's already been said. I feel like it's been a healthy democratic conversation. So I just wanted to say a few things. The list of proposed projects is on the LRSD website, lrsd.org. In the spirit of full transparency, kind of going to some of the comments made, it's not all West Little Rock projects. It's everywhere, every school, every district, every kid, every family, every teacher, every faculty, every staff. It's right here. It's also not just food. We all know the importance of food and hunger issues and how it impacts kids in poverty in Arkansas. But I urge people to look at the list of proposed projects here, which is, again, fully accessible to everyone online. Things that are included in the proposal: restroom renovations. I know my daughter's school, the plumbing is so out of whack, it's not even to code. You cannot buy the parts to even make the repairs. So we are in dire need of some plumbing repairs. If a kid doesn't feel safe or comfortable going to the bathroom, I don't know how they can learn in school either. Roof replacements from leaky roofs. You can't learn if you're distracted by dripping or getting wet at school. Parking lot repairs, mechanical system replacements, AC systems, not only in kitchens but in gyms and other parts of the school. Fresh air unit replacements, which seems like a healthy thing to do to keep our kids healthy and breathing safe air in school. Window replacements, flooring. We have inadequate lighting. Students can barely see in some parts of schools to learn. Security cameras, fire alarms, security alarms in general. So it's about so much more, and it's about every school. It's about every student. And I personally could not have a clear conscience at night if I ever voted against anything that would improve my kids' education. So I'm really excited about supporting this. And just in response to another comment tonight also about people being upset that we don't have a voice. You know, when I hear the condition of my kids' schools and other schools all around the district, what upsets me is that our children don't have a voice. And so I'm excited in this vote to be able to give a voice to my 4-year-old and kids all over the district who don't have a voice in this matter. And I look forward to voting for this. And thank you all for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Director Wright, you're recognized, please.
I was just gonna ask if we could have a vote.
Just, we will in just a second. Director, we're speaking on the motion. Director Campiris? Okay, well, there's been a motion and a second, and before I ask for that vote, just so everybody knows where the mayor stands on this, I spoke out in my State of the City speech and talked about the importance of this being about the children. It's not about the adults. It's not about the issues of accountability. I, like Vice Mayor Webb, disagreed with the complete takeover of our school district. I disagreed with the termination of Baker Curris, who I felt was making some great progress. I have gotten to know Mr. Poore, and I know he's working his heart out, dedicated to the kids, the teachers, and trying to improve their opportunity for education. So I want you to know I support this resolution. I support the millage. And also, I want those people who have confused this issue, as Director Fortson mentioned, about the issue of control versus the improvements to the school. These are two different issues, and I will be one of, I suspect, many here who will support a resolution urging the Board of Education to return the control of our school district back to local control as soon as possible. I've heard Mr. Poore suggest that. He has told me that directly. And I believe that there are many people here on this dais right here who will support a resolution urging the Board of Education, who has the authority, notwithstanding the issue of the 3-year rolling average on our schools, has the authority to be able to return this back to our local school district and let us have elections and get a local school board in control. So let's not misplace these issues. Let's take care of our kids, and then let's try and get this thing back to local control just as soon as possible. With that said, there's been a motion and a second. All in favor of the resolution indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, saying nay. All right, roll call, please.
Director Fortson?
Aye.
Director Adcock? Yes. Director Hendricks? Director Peck?
Aye.
Director Hines?
Aye.
Director Wright?
Yes.
Director Campiris?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Webb?
Aye.
By a vote of 7-1, the resolution is passed. Thank you all for your thoughts and your feelings, and we appreciate you being a part of the dialogue tonight. Okay, we can now move on to, we'll go ahead and call on a reading of Madam Clerk, if we could, let's go ahead and have a reading of the M2 resolution, please.
A resolution to request that the governor and the Arkansas General Assembly review the issue of the amendments to Arkansas law to require that internet vendors either collect and remit any relevant state or local compensating use tax on internet sales, or that internet vendors provide the state and all relevant localities sufficient information regarding an internet purchaser to allow state or local government to collect such a local compensating use tax and for other purposes.
Thank you. We've had a reading of the resolution. Is there a motion? There's a motion and a second to pass this resolution. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The resolution is passed with City Director Irma Hendricks indicating a vote of present. So it passed by a vote of 7 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 present. Okay, did I understand that one of you wanted Resolution 1 read separately? Okay. Madam Clerk, if you would, please read Resolution 1, please.
A resolution to authorize the city manager to enter into a lease agreement with Enterprise FM Trust by Enterprise Fleet Management, Inc., its attorney in fact, in an amount not to exceed $183,094, plus any applicable taxes for the leasing of vehicles for the Little Rock Police Department and for other purposes.
Thank you. Director Hines, do you have a question, comment?
Yeah, Bruce, I just want some clarification, and I didn't realize who had won the contract last night. I was talking to one of the three bidders who was the only Little Rock bidder earlier today, and he was on the road and wanted to know who we were awarding it to, and I said, did you not get notification of who we were awarding? What's the process that we notified the losing bidders on this of? Do we do it certified or by phone, email?
It really depends. Usually, bidders inquire after the bids are open, but we don't take any action until the board actually votes.
Okay. And I guess the other question, was this an RFQ or RFP?
RFP.
RFP, so we had to go with lowest responsive bidder.
Correct.
What was the what were the other two bidders come in at? Where were their bids?
Let me ask Mr. Hinton, do you have that information? Okay, Chief Buckner has the other.
Enterprise, and please don't quote me on the amount, but it was in excess of $100,000 difference.
Okay, and them and the next lowest responsive bidder?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And then, did Enterprise give us the list of types of cars they're gonna supply to you?
They gave us an inventory of what they have, and we get to select from those.
Okay.
That includes
And you're not
maintenance.
gonna have any issues with ease of trade-in since these are undercut? These are just questions that I got posed because that was part of the reason there's a higher bid. So you're dealing with a much larger corporation than somebody who's got a local business. So are you comfortable with the?
I'm very comfortable with the bid, the process, and the outcome.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. That's all the questions I had.
Okay, we've had a reading of the resolution. All in favor of the passage of Resolution 1 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The resolution is passed. Madam Clerk, if you would now read Resolutions 2 and 3. I do have a card on Resolution 4.
A resolution to authorize participation in the
Excuse me, and Resolution 5, if you,
Okay.
there's one more on there, excuse me.
So 2, 3, 5, okay. A resolution to authorize participation in the Arkansas Municipal League Vehicle Program in an amount not to exceed $450,000 to cover additional vehicles added to the city's vehicle inventory and for other purposes. A resolution to authorize the city manager to enter contracts with 5 organizations to provide after-school/out-of-school time prevention programs and youth intervention programs, which were approved by the Commission on Children, Youth, and Families for 2017 and for other purposes. A resolution to set May 2nd as the date of the public hearing on the issuance of taxable industrial development revenue bonds, $13 million. City of Little Rock, Arkansas taxable industrial development revenue bonds, Martial Arts Service, Inc., Series 2017, and for other purposes.
Thank you. We've had a reading of the resolutions. Is there a motion? There's a motion and a second for the passage of these resolutions. Indicate, everyone in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Those resolutions have passed. And then, Madam Clerk, if you would read Resolution number 4, please.
A resolution to authorize the city manager to enter into agreements with different organizations to provide a career life skills system, domestic violence counseling services, and citywide enhancement programs, and for other purposes.
There's a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. I have one card from Georgia Miarton. All right, thank you, Georgia. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. That resolution is also passed. We can now move on to the grouped items. And if you would group all of the items with the exception of item 10 and item 18, we'll hold those separately, please. And let me ask for first reading of the ordinances. Item 10 and item 18.
An ordinance to waive provisions of Chapter 36, Section 36-543.7 to allow Arkansas Children's Hospital to place roof signs on the east and north facades of the main hospital building located at 1 Children's Way and the west facade of the medical office building located at 1900 Maryland Avenue in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned industrial district titled Triangle Properties, short form PID, located at 8218 Baseline Road, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Bank of the Ozarks Revised Long Form PCD, located on the northwest corner of Cantrell Road and Shenandoah Boulevard, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned residential district titled Renaissance Point, the Ranch Revised Long Form PDR, located at Shenandoah Boulevard and Isla Drive, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Double B's Store 116, short form PDC, located at 2406 Cantrell Road, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Shackleford Crossing, Lot 1, Cracker Barrel, revised short form PCD, located at 2618 South Shackleford Road, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Lots 2 and 4, Colonel Glenn Business Center Revised, long form PCD, located at 10303 Colonel Glenn Road, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned residential district titled 307 East 9th Street, revised short form PDR, located at 307 East 9th Street, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Lots 2 and 3, the Villages at Colonel Glenn, revised long form PCD, located on the northwest corner of David O. Dodd Road and Lawson Cutoff, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled 14910 Cantrell Road, revised long form PCD, located at 14910 Cantrell Road, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development established a planned office district titled MIMS Revised Short Form PDO, located at 1121 West 7th Street, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. An ordinance to dispense the requirement of competitive selection and authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with M4 US Inc. in an amount not to exceed $1,534,669.05, plus any applicable taxes to purchase software license and implementation services, to declare an emergency and for other purposes.
Move for the, suspend the rules and place on second reading.
Mayor,
There's a motion and is there a second?
I have a question here.
There's a motion and a second to place these on second reading. Director Hendricks, if you put your go ahead.
If you look at number 15, it has Ward 1. That's not my district. Colonel Glenn Road, David O. Dodd.
That's Ward 7.
Tom, is that in Ward 1?
I don't think so, but we will get that corrected.
We'll make that correction.
Yeah, they need to correct that.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place these ordinances on second reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Second reading, please.
An ordinance to waive the provisions of Chapter 36, Section 36-543.7 to allow Arkansas Children's Hospital to place roof signs on the east and north facades of the main hospital building located at 1 Children's Way and the west facade of the medical office building located at 1900 Maryland Avenue. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned industrial district titled Triangle Property Short Form PID located at 8218 Baseline Road. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Bank of the Ozarks Revised Long Form PCD located on the northwest corner of Cantrell Road and Shenandoah Boulevard. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned residential district titled Renaissance Point, the Ranch Revised Long Form PDR located at Shenandoah Boulevard and Isla Drive. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Double B Store 116 Short Form PDC located at 2406 Cantrell Road. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned commercial district titled Shackelford Crossing, Lot 1, Cracker Barrel, Revised Short Form PCD, located at 2618 South Shackelford Road. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Lots 2 and 4, Colonel Glenn Business Center, Revised Long Form PCD, located at 10303 Colonel Glenn Road. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned residential district titled 307 East Ninth Street, Revised Short Form PDR, located at 307 East Ninth Street. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Lots 2 and 3, the Villages at Colonel Glenn Revised Long Form PCD, located on the northwest corner of David O'Dodd and Lawson Cutoff. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled 14910 Cantrell Road, Revised Long Form PCD, located at 14910 Cantrell Road. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned office district titled MIMS Revised Short Form PDO, located at 1121 West 7th Street. An ordinance to dispense with the requirement of the competitive selection and authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with M4 US Inc. in an amount not to exceed $1,534,669.05, plus any applicable taxes to purchase software licenses and implementation services to declare an emergency.
Move to suspend the rules and put on third and final reading.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place these ordinances on third and final reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Third and final reading, please.
An ordinance to waive the provisions of Chapter 36, Section 36-543.7 to allow Arkansas Children's Hospital to place roof signs on the east and north facades of the main hospital building, located at 1 Children's Way, and the west facade of the medical office building, located at 1900 Maryland Avenue. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned industrial district titled Triangle Properties Short Form PID, located at 8218 Baseline Road. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Bank of the Ozarks Revised Long Form PCD, located on the northwest corner of Cantrell Road and Shenandoah Boulevard. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned residential district titled Renaissance Point, the Ranch Revised Long Form PDR, located at Shenandoah Boulevard and Isla Drive. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Double B Store 116 Short Form PDC, located at 2406 Cantrell Road. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Shackelford Crossing, Lot 1, Cracker Barrel, Revised Short Form PCD, located at 2618 South Shackelford Road. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Lots 2 and 4, Colonel Glenn Business Center, Revised Long Form PCD, located at 10303 Colonel Glenn Road. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned residential district titled 307 East Ninth Street, Revised Short Form PDR, located at 307 East Ninth Street. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Lots 2 and 3, the Villages at Colonel Glenn, Revised Long Form PCD, located on the northwest corner of David O'Dodd and Lawson Cutoff. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled 14910 Cantrell Road, revised long form PCD located at 14910 Cantrell Road. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned office district titled MIMS, revised short form PDO, located at 1121 West 7th Street. An ordinance to dispense with the requirement of competitive selection and authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with M4 US Inc. in an amount not to exceed $1,534,669.05, plus any applicable taxes to purchase software license and implementation services to declare an emergency.
Very good. We've had 3 readings of the ordinances. Is there a motion to approve? There's a motion and a second to approve these ordinances as read. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed say nay. The ordinances have passed. And on the emergency clause, all in favor of the passage of the emergency clause on item 19 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The emergency clause is also passed. Very good. Madam Clerk, if we could now ask for the first reading on item 10, ordinance number 10.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Huff-Stutler Properties, revised a long form PCD located at 10600 Interstate 30, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes.
Move to suspend the rules and place on second reading.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place this ordinance on second reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Second reading, please.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Huff-Stutler Properties, revised long form PCD located at 10600 Interstate 30.
We suspend the rules and place on third and final reading.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place this ordinance on third and final reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Third and final reading, please.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Huff-Stutler Properties, revised long form PCD located at 10600 Interstate 30.
Okay, we've had the 3 readings of the ordinance. I have, is the applicant present? If you'd come forward, please.
Mayor, members of the board, I'm Pat McGettrick, and I'm representing Stribling Equipment. We are asking for a sign variance. This sign will be placed along Interstate 30. It's a pylon sign. It's being placed, one of the reasons we're asking for a variance is we have a huge billboard that we have no control over that is restricting the view of that sign. We're also have agreed with staff that although we're allowed to have pylon signs, I believe up to 10 of them, along our frontage on Childers Road and Baseline Road and the access road, we're only going to be putting up one sign. We'll agree that no pylon signs will be placed along Baseline or Childers Road, and only the one will be placed along the access road. And I'll be glad to answer the questions or wait for the opposition.
We have one card by a citizen who wishes to speak against it, and if there's any follow-up to that, I'll be happy to recognize you.
All right, thank you.
After that. Mr. John Hugler, you're recognized. Mr. Hugler, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the board, my point is, they're putting the biggest sign out there they can put because they say the other big sign's blocking it. We just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. They're gonna roll all this equipment up, and that's what everybody's gonna be looking at, not the signs. You know, they want to circle, just put them all out front and not circle a block. Well, that's fine too. But still, we keep coming back wanting a bigger and bigger sign. So if we get the bigger sign, do we charge them more money?
Mayor,
That's it.
turn all these lights off.
Are you finished, Mr.
I'm done.
Hugler? Okay,
That's
thank you.
About it.
Director Hendricks, do you have a question? You're
this is-
recognized, please.
Thank you. This is just to the board. I'm looking at the planning commission voted 10 ayes. I'll be doing the same.
Okay, Mr. McGettrick, did you have any follow-up? All right, very good. Is there a motion? We've had 3 readings of this ordinance. Is there a motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to pass this ordinance. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ordinance is passed. We can now move on to item 18. Madam Clerk, if you would, first reading of ordinance 18.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Donahue Building Revised Short Form PCD located at 103 East 7th Street, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes.
Move to suspend the rules and place on second reading.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place this on second reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Second reading, please.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Donahue Building Revised Short Form PCD located at 103 East 7th Street.
Move to suspend the rules and place on third reading.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place this ordinance on third and final reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Third and final reading, please.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Donahue Building Revised Short Form PCD located at 103 East 7th Street.
I have one card. Matthew Musgrave. Mr. Musgrave, certainly the Planning Commission has recommended this, and so does the staff, but this building has been vacant for quite some time on Main Street and 7th, and I thought I'd give you an opportunity to tell the board about what your client is doing relative to this, and we appreciate the fact that you're interested in renovating the building.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members, directors. We're planning, the plan has been to renovate the building and create a vibrant, add to the vibrant downtown movement. You know, development has been progressing steadily down Main Street, and it's about time that it hit 7th, and that we're going to help push it even further south. We're really excited about the building, about the project. We've been in discussions with our neighbors. We're going to take down sky bridges, get people back down on the street level, walking the streets, getting business dollars coming back in the street fronts and the retail businesses. That we see that as the trend nationwide, and we love what we're seeing in downtown Little Rock. I'm very, very impressed every time that I'm here. So thank you very much for the opportunity. We appreciate being a part of that revitalization.
How many units do you expect?
155.
155 apartments?
Yes.
And then retail on the ground floor?
Ground floor, yes.
Very good. And you've got a lot of cheerleaders here about taking down the skywalks. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move for the adoption of the ordinance.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ordinance has been adopted. Okay, we can now move on to item 20, and let me ask for a reading of the resolution.
A resolution to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with the Little Rock Regional Chamber of Commerce in an amount not to exceed $300,000 to provide economic development, consulting services, and for other purposes.
Move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. I do have one card against. Let me call on Mr. Jay Cheshire, who is received the proposal, or responded to the proposal for economic development services. Mr. Cheshire, if you would, you might want to recount the details of that, please.
Your Honor, I think you said he was against it. I think
You did say that.
What did I say?
You said he was against it.
No, I said there was one card against
Oh,
it. I was going
okay.
to call on the applicant to be able to respond, and then
Okay,
I'll
never
call on
mind.
no.
Mayor, switch the lights.
I don't think he's against it.
Thank you, Mayor. I was gonna correct that, yes.
Well, I
we're-
kind of put the two together. Ms. Massey is here to speak in opposition, and I was going to give the applicant the opportunity to present.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the Board of Directors. We appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. Obviously, it's been a long time since we've had the opportunity to have this discussion. Well over 2 years ago is when we, in fact, almost 2.5 years ago is when we had this discussion last. In responding to the city's RFQ process for economic development services, and I know that Bruce passed out some of the accomplishments in terms of the Little Rock projects at the last meeting. I don't know if you guys have had the opportunity to review what we proposed that we do from that perspective, but in that response, we had a $300,000 budget, of which $200,000 was going to internal marketing, which it would include our existing industry program, our public relations, and I'll talk a minute about that, or excuse me, a little bit about that in a minute, entrepreneurial development, events that we host in terms of economic development, as well as a significant amount of external marketing that we're doing with also hosting prospects, targeted actual activities, including the Aviation Air Show, print, online, and consultant branding, website enhancements and marketing, talent programming, and then also our work with the regional marketing initiative, the Metro Little Rock Alliance, where we are marketing to the outside world, not only within the United States, but across the world, a region of over 1 million people that is here in Central Arkansas, available and capable of doing the work that these companies need. You know, we talked last week about choice. We live in an era of choice, and companies make the choice where they're going to locate. Companies also make that same choice in terms of where they're going to expand. And so a vibrant, robust economic development program that not only works with existing industry and helping them expand, because we, as we've said so very often from this microphone, that's the most important thing we do. 60 to 80% of the new jobs that's created in any given area across the United States comes from existing industries that are already there, solving problems, creating a talented workforce because of the schools and the programs that are available to it, and it grows from within. The activity in terms of recruiting new industry to the area often gets a lot of the attention and the media, but in reality, the existing industry piece is so important. One of the issues that we raised in this proposal that we believe we should do a better job of, and we believe we are already doing a better job of, is growing our own entrepreneurs. If you look at what's taken place with your support at the Little Rock Technology Park, with the Venture Center, with the FIS FinTech Accelerator, with the over 128 new companies that are now being worked with there, with the over 170 new employees that are coming from those small businesses that are being created within that technology park sector, that's important to the future of our growth. But so is the port. So is the type of job that a manufacturing company needs and the talent that they need to be able to do those jobs, which is why workforce development has become such a bigger part of what it is that we do. Superintendent Poore was mentioned earlier tonight. Superintendent Poore is actually starting an academy in the fall where he's giving kids the opportunity to learn actual skill development while they're in high school so that they're ready to go into the workforce at a wonderful wage when they graduate from high school. This in conjunction with Pulaski Technical College, the North Little Rock School District is doing the same. Those are the things that we now do in economic development that we really didn't do 10 and 15 years ago. And so if you look at this proposal and if you look at what we're doing from a marketing perspective, what we're doing in terms of working with our existing industry and helping grow entrepreneurial development within the area and taking the technology companies that differentiate us from anywhere else. There's not another city in America that has 2 distribution facilities when it comes to electricity, but yet we have 2 right here in Little Rock. Well, those are very specialized jobs, and if we're not doing what we can to provide the workforce to help those grow, then obviously those companies have to grow and expand somewhere else. Just like The financial services industry has become a huge part of our economy. And you look at going back to 1968 with Systematics and what they did in providing the financial technology services that financial institutions across the world today are using. That's important, but it's also important that we continue to not only grow new companies, new technologies that can use that platform and help grow the industry in Central Arkansas, but we also provide the talent that those companies need in which to operate. So with that, we've talked about a lot of things. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have in regard to not only this contract, but any activities that we've been engaged in. I would be happy to answer at this moment in time.
Our lights are on.
Director Wright, you're recognized, please.
This is for Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, will you describe your process, please, in this selection and recommendation?
Mayor, members of the board, after earlier this year, the city crafted an RFP for economic development. As I have said many times before, I think that's an important component that we have missed over the last 2 years. Last week I did pass out a handout showing the projects during the time we had a contract, and I think it was a very impressive list. So we put out an RFP. We had one response. I put together a review committee to look at the response to make sure it met the threshold for scoring, and it did, and that's why I'm recommending it to you all tonight.
So any entity within the city of Little Rock or outside or another state could have applied and...
You know, interestingly, I was talking to our purchasing manager about something else the other day, and because as you all know, we put a new system in place years ago that said that if you are in this particular business that we're hoping to procure, we'll send you an email. And then he said we sent out 322 emails. And I said, well, who did we send them to? Because it's only supposed to be Little Rock businesses. And they actually use the PR companies. And so in other words, it actually went to a larger group of companies in Little Rock. But yes, it was well distributed.
And this was the only...
That's correct.
Respondent, and it did meet our requirements.
It did, correct.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, there's one thing that I didn't mention because Mr. Moore brought this up, and I should have led with this. The reality of our work together over the last 12 years, notwithstanding the last 2.5, has resulted in directly worked projects. And so I think it's really important that we make this distinction. Just because a company comes here and or expands here doesn't mean they're part of these numbers. Because the reality of this program and this project and this contract is, unless we're directly working with that company, then they're not part of these numbers. And so the list of projects that Mr. Moore presented last week, and we'll be happy to present again, culminated from the entire regional work in 15,037 jobs, $516 million in new annual payroll, and over $2 billion in new capital investment. I can tell you that just as we're standing and sitting here and discussing and debating this tonight, our competition, not only tonight but for the last 2.5 years, has been doing everything they can to not only lure what we have to there, but also lure what we are in the process of trying to attract here to their location also. This is, unfortunately, a full contact sport where we either engage and we utilize the resources that we have as best we can and be as creative as we possibly can in giving them a reason to do that work here or to expand that work here and provide them with a wonderful, talented workforce. Everything from mechanics to welders to high technology infrastructure folks that are dealing with taking electricity and moving it from, not only from one house to another, but from one state to the other instantaneously as it's needed. All of those things are happening as we speak in Little Rock, Arkansas. But as we've often said, it just doesn't happen. Somebody has to be out there working this. And that's why we appreciate the previous partnership that we have. And we look forward to hopefully taking what we've done in the past and making it even greater in the future.
Vice Mayor Webb, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jay, thank you. And I appreciate a lot of the things that the chamber does. I've had a lot of questions from constituents who asked me to raise some issues. And Bruce, you know, we discussed this a little bit last week. But the continued concern about lobbying activities on things like unemployment, workers' comp, no pay stubs, things like that. Folks are watching tonight, and for those people who are in the audience and not here, I wonder if, first of all, you could address those questions, and then secondly, there were issues that have been brought up about transparency or lack thereof, and if you would address that, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, thank you so much for the opportunity. First of all, as many of you know, the vast majority, if not the overwhelming majority of the advocacy work that we do at the Little Rock Regional Chamber of Commerce has to do with economic development, whether it's at the local level, the regional level, or the state level, and in some cases, the national level. And so we're not an entity that becomes the issue of the month organization. You know, chambers of commerce are a lot like Baptist churches. They all have the same name, but in many cases, they're all so very much different in terms of what they're trying to do. And so we have the ubiquitous name, Chamber of Commerce, and yet we're the Little Rock Regional Chamber focused on economic development issues that exist right here. And so those issues that you just raised were not issues that we were engaged in lobbying for or against at the legislature. Vice Mayor, you're a great example of coming to us on specific issues and asking us to engage. In the case of the Religious Freedoms Act, in the case of discrimination against workers by businesses, we believe discrimination by any regard is still discrimination. We chose to look at that as an economic development issue, and we fully supported not only the governor and the legislature not implementing the Religious Freedoms Act, but also in working with you to establish documents and policies within the city of Little Rock that state clearly we're against any discrimination. And so in the case where we have people come to us and ask us to support something or to oppose something, we look at it through that economic development lens, because we have approximately 2,000 members. And just as there are disagreements among this board in any given issue on any given night, there's also disagreements among all of those members. And so we guard zealously the positions that we take. And we do that because we want it to be for the benefit of Little Rock and the overall region, as opposed to getting into every issue ballot or issue fight that comes before the state legislature. On the second issue of transparency, you know, in 2006, I approached Mr. Moore about taking this relationship from an economic development contract perspective to just that, a contract, as opposed to having an agreement. We actually sat down and we looked at a contractual agreement specifying what the Chamber of Commerce would do with the funding that it was receiving from an economic development perspective. But then secondly, also how it would report back. Because it's important that you see and that you ask questions, that you be part of the process. And so that's when we established quarterly reporting that each of you have continued to receive, even though we have not had this partnership in place for well over 2 years. So you're receiving those quarterly reports on the activity of the economic development work that we have done, but then most importantly also the transparency of the funding. How is it spent? Well, the mayor asked a question last week in regard to the overall budget for economic development. And this is a great time to bring that into place. So our expectation for the economic development budget for 2017 would be $1.1 million a year. That money is completely separate from the chamber operating account. That money is audited each and every year, as it was going back to 2006 when we established this agreement, so that anybody and everybody that asked how not only the public money was spent, but all of our economic development money was spent, was able to see. People in this audience tonight have emailed and asked for that document many times in the past and received it. Anybody that walked in the door and asked for that document received it. So we have been, we believe, completely transparent, not only with how the public dollars within the economic development program have been spent, but all dollars within the economic development program. And we propose that we continue to do so as this agreement will reflect.
Thank you. Can I ask one more follow-up?
Sure, go ahead.
The 30 Crossing project,
Yes, ma'am.
can you tell me how the chamber came to support that project?
The 30 Crossing project actually began as part of the state's initial ballot proposal to the citizens of Arkansas to fund a temporary sales tax that would allow them to do projects, major projects all across Arkansas. And so if you go back to, if I remember correctly, and please don't hold me to these dates, but if I remember correctly, if you go back to approximately 2012, or it may have been a year or so before that, when that process started, we knew in Little Rock and North Little Rock especially, that we had a bridge that had become deficient and that was really becoming an issue in terms of safety and that needed to be addressed. And so as we started that conversation with the Highway Department, as they came to us asking for our support for their proposal, we said we need to talk about this specific project because it's not a Little Rock project. It's not a North Little Rock project. And as opposed to communities across the state where they have a project within their community that is their project, we contend that this is a statewide project because of the thousands of vehicles that travel that interstate highway each and every day. This is not a local issue. This is not even a regional issue. It's a statewide issue. It was at that point in time that they began the process of looking at how to address the corridor, not just the bridge, but the corridor, and to best not only have traffic moving through the area, but the best way to have traffic coming in and out of, especially from our perspective, the city of Little Rock, and from North Little Rock's perspective, theirs. Second issue in regard to that we asked them to consider at that time was we wanted to take what we conceived or what we considered to be rather a barrier to growth to the east on either side of the river and do everything we could and do away with that barrier to create not only ingress and egress of vehicles above, but people and vehicles and walkers and bikers and those kinds of things below, so that we would open up development to the east so that the Clinton Library, Heifer International, and other growth beyond them could take place further east so that it wouldn't be considered a barrier. In that process, there were a lot of ideas that came forward. We were part of, just like others, we were part of countless, obviously we can count them, but a bunch of public meetings where we actually began to look at their ideas of how to handle that. As that process began to winnow itself down into recommendations for alternatives from the State Highway Department, we began to look at all of those alternatives and weigh them against what we originally wanted. The ability to get people in and out of Little Rock, the ability to get people through the corridor without impacting getting in and out of Little Rock, the ability to get our workforce and our folks, our tourists, and all those folks that are coming in and out of Little Rock in a safe manner, but also at the same time open up what we feel like is the eastern gateway for additional growth for the city of Little Rock. As that process finished, we believed that the split diamond approach was the approach that, while none of them was the absolute panacea of what we wanted, it was the best approach to deal with the issues that we felt like were important, and that our executive committee and board felt like were important. And so as that process finished itself, or at least I shouldn't say finished itself, as it has gotten to this point, our position has been the Board of Directors of the Chamber of Commerce, the Executive Committee of the Chamber of Commerce position has been that split diamond approach best serves all of those things while not being perfect. It best serves all of those things. So that's the process that we went through. We actually had the opportunity to bring a lot of folks together who didn't agree. And I think that's one of one of our roles within the business community is to sometimes serve as that facilitator to bring differing opinions together so that they can at least listen to each other and hopefully come with a better decision. We did that. We brought folks from all across the community, including the business community and those from outside the business community, so that everyone could take a look at that and take a look at what each other was really preparing to focus on to create their decision in hopes that we could come to a better decision as a community. That process still obviously is ongoing, and there's still a lot of work to do, but that's where we've been and where we are today in that process.
Thank you.
Director Hendricks, you're recognized, please.
My question is for Attorney Carpenter. Could I ask him something about where does he stand now with us with that suit? Is that settled before I ask him something?
Really doesn't matter about the
Jimmy
lawsuit
Lynch and
because the
McMath and the chamber.
Right, the Constitution was amended to expressly allow this type of contract.
So it can't happen. What are you planning to do? I know I've heard some. The first thing I want to ask you, how's your racial makeup of your board?
You know, I could not give you the specific numbers at this moment, but I could tell
Approximately.
I could tell you that from our executive committee perspective, we have
How many members is it to your
two
board?
African Americans
Two.
on the executive committee, which is approximately 15 people,
What's the total count of the membership?
not quite 2,000.
Okay.
And I couldn't tell you the racial makeup of those businesses, but I can
could
tell you,
tell you.
Director Hendricks, that it's important to us that not only the governance of the organization, but also the staffing of the organization as best reflect our community as we possibly can. In fact,
You do know minorities make a majority of this city.
yes, ma'am. And
My next question, because I know other folks got things to
Mm-hmm.
ask. How many years did we pay you all? I know I complained about it for 10 years, the amount of money that was being contributed through the funding. How many years have you been in there? I've been on the board 10 years.
Tom, do you have the
Mr.
answer
you
to
know?
that?
Director Hendricks, we've had agreements with the chamber since the 90s. The original agreement, I think, was 91 or 92. Mike Dooley was the economic development coordinator within the city, and the initial agreement set out his relationship with the chamber and the way that they were going to work together. We had letters of agreement until Mr. Cheshire came in, and then we did formal contracts starting in 2006.
So he wouldn't have that information. Okay, thank you, Tom. Thanks.
Director Campiris, you're recognized, please.
Bruce, much on the line of what Irma was asking, since Joan and I have been here for a long time, is that politely said? We have gone through many iterations of economic development. Could you give us your thoughts about the different things that we have tried over the years and what you feel like is the best method of taking care of this, since there's staff approval for this?
Sure. Mayor, members of the board, as Tom mentioned, when I first came to the city, we had an economic development administrator, Mike Dooley, and his main job was to sort of work as a liaison with the chamber. And then we had Mike left, and we had Terry Hollingsworth for a period of time. But in looking at various cities that are competition for Little Rock and bigger, and we visited some of those, and I truly think that this model is the one that's best for the city. We want somebody every day they wake up that all they are thinking about is out to either retain jobs in the city or add jobs. And if I were to develop a staff team that focused on that, I will tell you we would be spending more than $300,000 a year to be effective. So I've looked at various models, hiring internal staff, and I believe this is the model that works in the best interest of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Cheshire, and if there's any follow-up questions, I'll recognize you again. Donna Massey, you're recognized, please.
Evening again. All of that sounds good and fine, and it might be, but I believe there are some devils in the detail. You should all have received a letter from me this afternoon. I'll just be very brief. The Chamber of Commerce lobbies on local, state, and federal issues and has set up political action committees that donate to candidates. How will the public know that city funds will be used for activities separate from the Chamber's lobbying and political activities? There is nothing in the resolution that indicates there is some type of protection. The 3-year mutual agreement renewal provision in this resolution means less accountability to the taxpayers and to the city board. I think that's just a very long period of time that could be shortened, in my opinion. Renewal of the contract should be decided by our elected officials. It has been difficult in the past to get clear and compelling information about the expenditures, activities, and benefits to the taxpayer of previous contracts with the Chamber. No matter how great Bruce indicates this plan is. The Chamber is a well-funded organization and does not need support from city government for it to work. The Chamber, labor unions, community organizations, and others should partner with the city without receiving funds from the taxpayers to work on economic development strategies. We need a broad-based coalition rather than a narrow alliance to make our city prosper. Funds donated to the Chamber of Commerce could be put to better use for improved city services or for programs that build a ladder for low-wage workers to better-paying jobs. We urge you to vote against this resolution, and I'm sorry I jumped right into this, but tonight I am representing Arkansas Community Organizations, in which I am president. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Massey. Mr. Cheshire, I do have a follow-up question for you. Would you, since the issue was raised at least obliquely, would you mention about the minority enterprise activities and week that the Chamber conducts and actually promotes throughout the city?
Yes, and if you don't mind, Mayor, I apologize. I did not have the benefit of a copy of that letter, or I would have been happy to answer those questions as I was standing here before. I want to reiterate that, as I stated earlier, and is proven since 2006 with an Economic Development Fund audit. The Economic Development Fund is a completely separate account from the chamber operating account. Those dollars have been audited by the Frost Company since 2006, and again, Ms. Massey or anyone else is welcome to copies of those audits, as well as obviously audits going forward. So to state that there's no accountability, we believe that there is true transparency, and an outside accounting firm attests to that. The second issue that she raised was a PAC, a so-called PAC that the Chamber of Commerce has that contributes to candidates. I can tell you that no such PAC exists. We do not have a Chamber of Commerce PAC. To my knowledge, the Chamber of Commerce has never had a PAC. At least certainly hasn't had one since I've been here since 2005. And so the Chamber of Commerce does not have a PAC. These dollars obviously couldn't reach a PAC that doesn't exist because the Chamber of Commerce doesn't have a PAC. So the answer to your question, I hope, Mr. Mayor, is that we have been conducting Minority Enterprise Development Week activities for at least the last 12 years. And in fact, I think it probably goes back to the early 90s with the inception of the original agreement, because we recognize that this Chamber of Commerce and this business community should be welcoming to all businesses, regardless of color, regardless of creed, regardless of any other ethnic issue. And so we work very hard to be able to provide services to all people, regardless of what that ethnicity might be, because we believe a strong fabric of diverse companies makes for a stronger community. And we believe that if we provide services for that, services such as workforce development, as Ms. Massey just mentioned, we have worked extremely hard to not only have workforce development programs implemented within our local schools, but also working with Pulaski Tech, working with companies with incumbent training programs. We believe it's really important to take anyone and everyone that wants to learn a skill, that wants to earn a wonderful wage, and give them the opportunity to do so, which is why, as I mentioned earlier, that's part of our contract. That's part of our program in terms of providing that type of activity. It's why, Mayor, you asked one of our economic development professionals to sit on your workforce investment board. It's why we are engaged at all levels in trying to provide access and opportunities to all. So if you take a look at especially the entrepreneurial activity, if you take a look at the MedWeek activities in terms of the celebrations that we have of our minority companies, but also in working with the Venture Center and others in trying to create more minority-owned companies, that's important because that's a healthy community. The better we can do that, the more of those that we can help create and grow, the better off we're all going to be.
Thank you. Thank you. Director Adcock, do you have a question for Mr. Cheshire? Director Hendricks?
I wanted to ask Mr. Moore if he could provide for me the list of names along with Cheshire that received information to be a part of whatever this is that he's going to be a part of. You know what I'm saying? You said you sent it out to many, many persons, and his office was the only one that responded. And I would suggest something as a board member. Some of the correspondence that you send out to people, if I could receive it, they may not want it, but I would love to know, since we're paying you such a...
Well, but Director Hendricks, I think it's important, because I mentioned this, and you asked me 3 or 4 years ago to send you every bid that we send out.
I don't get it.
You do. You go to your City of Little Rock account, and then you said to me, well, I don't even look at that. So, I mean, Laura...
I told you, my email comes to my computer, not to that thing that you gave me.
The purchasing department was sending you every bid to your City of Little Rock account. Now, I had Laura change it, but
Yeah.
you have your email box is full because you get so you already get it.
I don't use that thing. I get it now since I blew you out the other day, but I don't use it.
But I was sending it to you. I mean, if you don't check your email, I mean, it's...
Mr. Moore, the email goes to my computer, not the thing that you gave us. I'm not monkey see, monkey do. Okay? If you know what I mean.
Okay. Director Hines, do you have a question?
Are we done discussing, Your Honor? I'll call the question if we are.
Well, I'm going to call for a motion here.
All right.
I want to mention one thing just before we call for a vote on this. You know, one of my major jobs as mayor is economic development and bringing jobs to the city. That is a function and obligation that mayors around the country have. And I talk to a lot of them through the various organizations that we are a part of. And I will tell you that if we are going to compete in this country, we've got to do these kinds of things. And this is not unique. Let me tell you what, virtually every mayor that I talk to understands the relationship between a local city council and their Chamber of Commerce. And they fund the Chamber for economic development activities far in excess of what we're talking about right here. Whether it's Tulsa, whether it's Oklahoma City, whether it's Memphis, I'm telling you that that happens. And so when we, I wish that every economic developer out there would call the mayor's office first. I will tell you that that doesn't always happen. We do get calls occasionally, but the people that usually get the calls are the people in the economic development field in the chamber. And that quarterly report will tell you every single contact, every single prospective business or expansion of a business that's wanting to come here. It is all there for people to read if they will take the effort to read it. And I'm just telling you that this is important. This issue of economic development, bringing jobs to the city, quality jobs to the city, is one of the most important things that we as a city council can do. So I think the city manager's indicated that if we were going to try and do this on our own, assuming we could do it effectively, and I question that, it would cost us more than what this is. We've had this conversation before, and I just wanted to let you know that I think that from a mayoral standpoint, it's very, very important that we figure out this economic development tag team and go after it. We work very closely with AEDC on this. They help us in many, many different ways. But it is truly a regional approach that we have. Our ability to be able to look at this region and over 1 million people that we can market in terms of workforce is critically important. That is why we get the attention of a Wellspun or an LM Wind Power or many of the other companies that we've talked about, the grid companies that Mr. Cheshire mentioned earlier in terms of the electric grid. That is why we're getting that kind of attention, because we're trying to develop a workforce and develop an economy that makes sense and that can grow. So,
And Mayor, I know you guys are ready to vote, but I think this is really important because, what we haven't talked about in regards to what we've lost over the last 2.5 years. Dr. Mitchell enumerated when she was standing here earlier tonight, when she talked about those people from around the country that came here and that talked about what they thought was happening in Little Rock because of what they'd heard. And so you think about a voice. And Director Hendricks, I think this is really important to what you're talking about. If all the outside world hears is a voice of bad things, regardless of if it's right or wrong, if that's all they're hearing, that hurts all of us. I don't care whether you buy at a local retail store or you buy something on the internet. If all they hear is the negative stuff, and there's not a public relations branding campaign to help people understand what Little Rock and Central Arkansas is really all about, that's when we're all hurt. No, ma'am, I'm talking about everything. Dr. Mitchell talked about the schools issue. And so if we're not telling the positive story of Little Rock and Central Arkansas, then no one else is going to do it for us.
okay, very good. Thank you, sir. And Director Hines, did you have a motion? There's a motion and a second to approve the resolution. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Director Hendricks, did you vote? Yes, you did.
Don't be picking on me. You should have known what I voted.
Well, I'm just trying to,
I ain't the one to play with.
pardon?
I'm not the one.
Do a roll call. Roll call.
All right, roll call has been asked for, please. Madam Clerk?
Tara said she'll sell that.
Director Fortson,
Aye.
Director Adcock,
Yes.
Director Hendricks,
Yes.
Director Peck,
Aye.
Director Hines,
Yes.
Director Wright,
Yes.
Director Campuris, Vice Mayor Webb.
No.
By a vote of 7-1, the ordinance is, the resolution is passed. Okay, thank you very much. And we can now move on to,
It is now 8:45.
We have 15-minute recess.
We need to go to our bathroom break.
I already took mine.
Anybody who had to go to the toilet, just go.
let's see where we are here. We're on item 21. Did we do item 21?
Nope, we haven't.
Okay.
Let's do item 21.
Is there a motion for a recess? Is that what I'm hearing?
Second. Yes.
There's a motion and a second to recess for 15 minutes.
Were you gonna do your appointments?
I'll Yeah, I'm gonna try if you all are receptive to that. I'm ready to.
Can we go into executive session?
Well, there's a motion and a second to recess, and we'll see whether we can get to those during the recess or not.
Good.
All in,
We have to declare it if we can't do it.
What is it?
Do it in here or move to go into executive session
For appointments.
for appointments.
Tom, what are you saying?
well, he's saying that we need to go into executive session for the purpose of the appointment. So I was considering the recess to be an executive session, but it's up to you if you wish to try and address the appointment to the boards and commissions. We need to articulate that as a purpose for going into a recess that's an executive session. So Director Computers has made a motion for that specific purpose, a recess and also the appointment of boards and commissions. And there's a second.
There was no motion on the floor.
He said so moved.
No, you talking about the one you just made?
I think by the so moved, he meant that he moved to amend the motion to recess to a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of appointments, and that's what Director Wright's second was for, unless I'm wrong.
That's correct.
All right, that's the motion.
What is it, Kathy?
The motion is to go into executive session for the purpose of appointments.
Oh, you mean these people got to sit here?
It will also accomplish the issue of a recess that people are asking for. Okay, all in favor of the motion to go into executive session indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I think the
it's
nays
fair
have
to
it.
these people that's here. I don't think it's
All right,
fair.
we'll go into recess for 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we are now back in session. And we can move on to ordinance number 21. And let me ask for first reading of ordinance number 21, please.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 30 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Little Rock, Arkansas, providing for a waiver of the Boundary Street Ordinance construction requirements for 12123 Canis Road and for other purposes.
Move to suspend the rules and place on second reading.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place this ordinance on second reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Second reading, please.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 30 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Little Rock, Arkansas, providing for a waiver of the Boundary Street Ordinance construction requirements for 12123 Canis Road.
Move to suspend the rules and place on third and final reading.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place this ordinance on third and final reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Third and final reading, please.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 30 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Little Rock, Arkansas, providing for a waiver of the Boundary Street Ordinance construction requirements for 12123 Canis Road.
Okay, thank you. I've got three cards on this matter, and just to explain to the board and to those who may be watching, this went before the Planning Commission, and it failed to get a positive vote. There were 4 people in favor of it and 5 against it, and the staff recommended denial. So a vote to amend this chapter would be to approve the request for a waiver of the Boundary Street Ordinance. A vote against this ordinance would be supporting what the Planning Commission and the staff recommended.
Against.
So I just want to make sure people understand, yes. A vote yes would be to waive the Boundary Street ordinances. A vote nay would be not to waive them.
Okay.
I'm going to turn us off, Mayor, so we.
Director Hines.
Bruce, from staff standpoint,
James.
I'm sorry, James, I didn't realize Bruce. James, maybe we can get from Tony,
Or John.
I'm going to be in support of Planning Commission on this. I've got too many other property owners up and down the stretch that have already done their improvements. I know we've got a project coming. Was there even an offer made of payment in lieu of improvements?
Mr. Honeywell?
And I don't, John, I drove past the property again the other day. It looks like the vacant lot, is that where they're putting in the parking? That they've already taken the trees down, or is that another development?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the board, Director Hines, the whole outlined lot in red.
Okay, so it
where
is
they're
that vacant, it is that lot next to it, that
Yes,
they've
sir.
already taken the trees down and started construction on.
Right. There's not been an offer of in lieu payment.
Okay. And some of the half street improvements are already made, correct? Like right in front of the building, there's already curb and gutter, and it looks like half street improvements were already made there.
I'd have to go back and look at that, but
Okay.
that's all been taken into consideration.
Okay.
With our speaking with.
All right, and I'm in agreement with you. I mean, I've just got, if we do this, and I've got to answer to the folks at Creekwood Plaza and everybody else further west that's already made their improvements that are gonna be, and we've actually got a couple of developments that are being built right now that we didn't waive
Yes,
from just several months ago, correct? Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Honeywell, if you would just recount for us the process on this. I understand that we are obviously doing our own widening here, and that, but for their desire to construct now, we would be ultimately doing these street improvements, right?
That's correct. The city does have a project for widening Canis Road. But our city ordinance and code requires that a developer, if they develop prior to us opening bids for a project, they are required to meet the half street or boundary street improvements.
So do you know when these bids are supposed to be open?
We are still in the process of acquiring right-of-way and easements from people along the
So it's
corridor.
not any time soon?
We're hoping sometime this summer.
Sometime this summer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's dependent upon negotiations with people and acquiring property.
Mhm. Was there, from a planning commission standpoint, you may or may not be able to answer this question. Was there any request to defer the construction, or at least the payment on the construction?
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of.
Tony's shaking his head no. Okay. Let me call on Vice Mayor Webb. John, you may want to wait just a second and see if there's any more questions for you.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Webb, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, and actually, John, I think this would be a question for you.
Sure.
I thought that the city was going to begin construction in August of 2016 on this.
Well, once again, that was an anticipated start of construction. We've been in a long negotiation process. There's 50 parcels of property, 51 parcels of property that we're trying to acquire through this corridor. We have 40 of those in place. This particular property is one of those that we just acquired in the last month. So we've been attempting to acquire that for some time, but we just now got an easement from them for this property that they're asking to waive those boundary street improvements. That's one of the reasons we haven't been able to start this project, is because we've been doing our due diligence and also trying to do what we've been directed by the board to do every effort that we can to not go through the eminent domain and condemnation process of trying to acquire right-of-way. So we've been doing everything we can to get this property through a negotiation process.
Okay, kind of as a follow-up, and you may not be able to answer this, but when the applicants started working with you all, didn't they base some of their decisions on that August 2016 date?
I don't know that for a fact.
Okay, thank you.
Director Wright, you're recognized, please.
Mr. Honeywell, do you have any idea how much the street improvements are going to cost?
Are we talking about right now it's anticipated to cost between $60,000 and $80,000.
We had 3 readings on this.
That's what we've discussed with them about either payment in lieu of or what we anticipated would cost them to construct it.
Okay. Like I said, this is Ward 6 actually,
Yes, ma'am.
and if I had known, maybe I could have kept work through some of this, but at this point, if there's just no way, I can support it because of all of the other issues that is going to open up for us with this. So,
Well, I've got three cards for people who wish to speak in favor of it, so, Director Computers, do you wish to comment now?
John, say that to me again, what you said. If they waited till this summer, then we'd build it.
If they wait until the city has opened the bids for construction of the road that abuts their property, that they're required to do half-street improvements to, the city does that, they don't pay that. But if they develop their property prior to us opening the construction bid for the project, it's their responsibility to do that, and that's per our city ordinance.
And do they understand that?
Yes, sir.
And they still want to proceed? They're not going to wait 4 months?
That's why I say we anticipate that August time. I can't promise that date.
I know that, but, okay.
I've got three cards. If we could, let me hear from the applicant that wishes to have the waiver of the Boundary Street ordinance. Let me call on Sophia Said, please. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Honorable Board of Directors, specifically our Board of Director Doris Wright, and staff. Good evening. Firstly, thank you for listening to us at this late hour. I will try to be very quick explaining our perspective before you make a decision on this. So Medina Institute is a very small congregation of Muslims, progressive liberal Muslims living in West Little Rock, who have been trying hard to acquire a place for our worship, spiritual, and interfaith services for the last 3 years. We are a congregation mostly led by women. I am the chairperson. My name is Sophia. I have two more leaders sitting here with me who will answer any questions if you have any. So when we started the process of bidding on this property and going through the process of planning, zoning, development last year in April and May, what we were told was exactly what the gentleman here said, that if we start the construction process before the city bids, we will be responsible for the half-street improvements. So I have all the respect, we do respect all the ordinances and laws of the city, but it also told us that city plans to bid in August 2016. That's what we heard this time of last year, that we estimate that we'll start our process in August 2016. And we decided to purchase this property based on what city told us, August 2016. In fact, we kept a buffer zone. We didn't purchase it in August. We purchased it in November. We gave us 3 months just to be on the safe side, that city will go ahead, do their bidding process. They will take care of the house improvements like they're doing for most of the businesses in the area, and then we'll go in and improve the property. At that time, if we had known that city will not stick to their proposed deadline of August 2016, we would not have bought this property. And honestly, we apologize that we didn't come to you earlier on. I did not know the process. We did not know the city will delay the process for a year. Even right now, they're saying, estimating August 2017. We don't know that. Nobody knows that. So anyways, we acquired the property in November of 2016, and we sat on it, and we waited and waited and waited. The city did not bid in August 2016, not in September, not in October, November, December, January, February, March. How long can we wait? I mean, personally, my congregation, we would like to wait for as long as it takes for the city to start the bidding process, so they take care of the half-street improvements, but we really have some issues to deal with. Number one, if we keep on waiting, do we know a deadline? Do we know if it'll be, right now it's almost 240 days since I was here last year in this room, and it's been 150 days since we purchased it, and we don't know if we wait till August, it will be over a year. But here's the case. We purchased this property because we desperately needed a place to pray. Our holy season starts in a couple of months, Ramadan, actually month and a half. And all our planning to spend our worship season, our holy season together, which is very important for any minority religious community, all the plans were contingent on city's plan to start their bidding in August 2016, which they did not do. So all we are saying is that we want you to give us a waiver because this is an exceptional condition. we are not allowed to improve our property or develop our property because city did not stick to the deadlines that they proposed. Secondly, if we don't build, if we don't move forward, we will not only lose our holy season, our worship season that we have been waiting for a long time, we would also lose our donation seasons, our giving season. Ramadan is also a time when all the Muslims give and donate and give charity. It's also a time when we do the budgeting for the whole next year, and it's also a time when we do fundraise for the whole next year. So just because of the fact that city keeps on postponing their bidding process every month, we are going to lose on all of that, and we won't have any money for the next whole year to last. And we'll keep on sitting on this property waiting for city to start. Now, this has no fiscal impact on the city. It says there is a fiscal impact on the city. No, actually, if city had bid on the date that they proposed, August 2016, they would have been doing street improvements anyways. The only fiscal impact that it has is on us. And remember, we are not a business. We are not a private business. We are not a commercial business. We are a small church. We are a small congregation. And 80,000 of first-generation immigrants. So $80,000 is a lot of money, especially if you see what we are going to do to this property. We're going to spend hundreds and thousands on it to improve it, and I'll show you some pictures of the condition of the property right now. We will not only be improving this property, we will be improving and developing that area, and the property values are going to go up. We will be doing community building in that area. So it's not only our property, it's about the whole area there. And I want to remind you that, we are often asked that, why aren't so we are a minority, we are a targeted minority here, we're Muslims, and we are always asked why aren't we doing enough to dispel some of the stereotypes and misconceptions about our faith. So this was the answer of Muslim community of Arkansas to address that issue, to have Medina Institute there and do all the programming that we needed to do there. But even though we acquired the property, we are not able to do that. We relied on the city to our detriment. And now we cannot even use the place. It's been months. It's been months we cannot use the place. So, pardon me?
No, go ahead, you're recognized.
So I just want to make sure that the city understands that we are not asking an exception in normal circumstances. We're asking an exception because city keeps on changing its dates, and we cannot afford to not do our programming because we are living in a very hostile environment. Very frankly, only from last year, November 2016 to now, there has been an increase of hate crimes, up to 9% increase in hate crimes against all people in America. But when it comes to Muslims, there is an 89% increase in hate crimes from November till we acquired the property to now in 4 months. 89% increase in hate crimes against Muslims, according to Pew Research Center. So I want to just point out that
The question before the board is a land use question and a Boundary Street improvement question. It is not a question about religion.
So let me just finish, sir, and I'll address that.
Well, I don't think you should, because this board can't be arbitrary in what it does. The focus of your presentation of the property was bought with the hope you would move in because the city would build the improvements when they intended is no different from the property was bought because the improvements were already built and we would benefit from that. And the question before the board is, y'all made a decision for your organization to do what you did when you did it. That didn't work out as you thought it would, or as the city thought it would. And the question for the city is, do we require this business, like all businesses, including churches, to pay the payment in lieu for this improvement? Do we defer this, in which case the institution would be ready for it at a future time? Or do we demand that you make the improvements now? If you had purchased the property and didn't know that the city intended to repave that, you would have been required to make the improvements then as a part of getting a building permit. So what I'm trying to do, I appreciate the dilemma you're discussing, but I want the board's discussion to be about land use and Boundary Street improvements and not about other issues, because that's really the only issues before them.
Okay, so I respect what you said, but let me answer that. The reason we want you to waive, one of the reasons we want you to waive the money, the Boundary Street improvements money, is because we are in a situation that we cannot wait to be operational. It's been already months, over 150 days, that we are not able to have a place where we can do our programming, a safe space where we can come to worship together. So that's where religion was coming in. I'm sorry if I did not make it clear. We need that space, and if we keep on waiting for the city, like we have been waiting since August 2016, we do not know how long will that take. And all we are asking to do is to improve this property, develop this property. The city was going to cover the half-street improvements anyways if they stick to their own timeline. So we are saying, let us develop the property, and you do the, and I'm going to pass just some pictures to all of you while you ask me questions, and feel free to chime in.
Director Hendricks, please, we have a procedure in here, and I'll recognize you. I'm not recognizing you now. Thank you. You're out of order. Now, I'll let our speaker finish. That is the polite, respectful thing to do. Ms. Said, is there anything else you wish to comment on? We understand your desire and why you want it. So, I mean, that point's been made.
Is there something else that I missed?
I'm going to call on them as well.
Okay. So I think we're good as long as I made it clear that why are we asking for an exception? It's because of the delay in the city's bidding process.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Tariq.
For the sake of time, I will hold on my comments unless there are any questions that I can clarify.
Okay. Sophia Gori Ahmad.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't take too much time. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to refer to your question about, it's a public policy argument, and I think that's the point she's trying to make. If we want to talk about legal arguments, then our community has relied to its detriment on the city to commit to its time frame. Our community has relied to its detriment for the city to stick to its August 2016 timeframe. So now when the city tells us they will give us that timeframe has shifted to August 2017, I'm not sure that we can buy that that's actually the timeframe. And so then at that point, we'll have waited for almost a year to make those improvements. So our community doesn't have a place for our children to go to Sunday school. Our community does not have a place for interfaith dialogue. Our community does not have a place to worship. First Amendment conversation here. So
It's
that's
not a First Amendment conversation. You just said that you bet that something would happen in a certain time, and that's what made property attractive to you. And it didn't come out that way. And government is not bound to act according to what your anticipation is. That was my comment a minute ago. If we had already built the improvements and you bought the property, then no, we shouldn't be asking you to help pay for it, because we don't do that and we don't impose impact fees in this state. But that's not what you did. And so nothing's stopping you from building, except you don't want to have to do what we charge every other citizen and group to do, and that is to either make the improvements or make the payment in lieu. And I mean, that's the question before the board. And you're right, it's a policy question. You know, I mean, you could be selling alcohol for all I care. I would be making the same comment if you got into the fact that we had the Women's Christian Temperance Union telling us we don't need to be selling alcohol. It's still not the issue before the board. The issue before the board is what I tried to outline, and I think you've addressed that. What you have said is, if I'm summarizing correctly, we took a chance, we don't have enough money to do this, and if we have to pay this, it's going to take us even longer to start building. I think that's the...
And I would have to say that there's an undue burden on our community to have to make those improvements and pay those costs. And so we can ask businesses who are bringing in revenue to make improvements and to submit to those costs. But we're a community organization that, in response to the atmosphere that we are in right now, our community is trying to build interfaith dialogue and is trying to build community in the city. And that's the whole point of Medina Institute is that.
Well,
So that's my point. And I don't want to take up any more time, but that's what I wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Hines, you're next. You're recognized, please.
Are they done commenting?
I think yeah, those are the three speakers.
Okay. Just to clarify something, my church, when we were doing a building project, we posted in lieu payments. So we're not singling out any particular community or faith-based organization. So what we have here is across the street from you, the new Lowe's is going in place. And they dedicated a substantial amount of additional right-of-way to shift the roadway away from the businesses on the south side of the road. Am I correct? So that would it basically have constituted an in lieu payment, the dedication of the right-of-way. That's the deal that was struck. So, I have to answer to my constituents and the business owners who are also constituents along this whole track, and we have not waived any Boundary Street ordinance. It's either been in lieu payments or dedication of right-of-way that didn't already exist as form of payment. And I'm going to stick with the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial. I understand that it may be a hardship, but you've already told us that you bought the property knowing exactly what was going on. So I don't know that it's any surprise that this hasn't happened. So, and I'm curious, they've already cleared the lot on the western edge when I came by there. Is that part of a building permit or, John? So it seems to me you guys have already started construction in one manner.
I'll get you the dates real quick. They received their building permit on February 28th of this year, and their grading permit, which is what they're using for the grading out there, on March 9th.
Okay.
Well,
It was explicitly
don't
written
know
in.
that that's construction. How would you interpret that? I mean, pulling a building permit would not be construction. I don't know about the grading.
The grading permit is written into the grading permit that they're required to do the half street improvements or pay in lieu. That's part of the grading permit document.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Director Wright, you're recognized, please.
Well, will you come back up, please? Because you've just confused me. If you're saying that the planning department granted them a grading permit, and a part of that required them to do the Boundary Street improvement plans, did they not know that?
I'm assuming that they know that since they're the ones that pulled the permit.
Well, so why would they go ahead and clear it?
I can't answer that. for
Mr.
them. I don't
Honeywell,
know.
do you know when was the Planning Commission action?
Which one? The original that?
Well, this one where they've asked for the waiver.
That was, I got the date right here, March 16th of this year. They requested the waiver, or
So-
it went before the Planning Commission. I guess that's almost a week after the grading permit was issued.
Okay, my next question is, and it's probably, Lance, you may be able to answer this better than Mr. Honeywell. How much parking was already at this facility? This was in your ward before mine.
That business used to have about 50 to 75 employees there working daily. I mean, it was first-class books.
Okay.
They had 50 to 75 employees there just about every day.
So I keep hearing that you are a small congregation. How many people are in your congregation?
Actually, there are 33 parking spots in our building, and what we are trying to build is almost 100 more. So it will, but as of now, there are 33. And
how many people in your congregation?
Well, we Muslims do not do membership, but right now we have anywhere between 50 to 100 people in our congregation. And just to clarify to Director Hines, that you said we went into this bid knowing what we were facing. We went into the bid knowing the deadline of August 2016, not 2017. I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, what I'm trying to clarify is that you can actually go ahead and use this building. You just won't have enough parking until the Boundary Street improvements are done, and you can go ahead and finish your parking lot. But you can actually use the facility.
Well, based on our understanding with the city, in order to get a proper occupancy permit, we need to have the parking lot built as designed and approved by the commission last year before we properly can use the building.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, Director Hendricks, you're recognized.
I was going to call for,
I can't hear you. What did you say, please?
I was going to call for the motion.
Well,
Because it seemed to me that Tom sell everything.
Did you make a motion?
Yeah, that we accept the report of the planning commission.
Well, we're going to vote on this ordinance in just a minute. Vice Mayor Webb, you're recognized.
Thank you. Sophia just actually clarified it again because they bought this based on the preposition that it was August of 2016.
Absolutely. August of 2016.
Well, can anyone tell me whether or not the city in any way, in writing, represented that this was going to be complete by August 16th, or August of 2016? Mr. Honeywell or Mr. Bazinski?
It's in this document that you all have, page 2. The new item J, the new curb should be constructed as shown on the plan. The City of Little Rock is proposing a Canis Road widening project to bid in August 2016. This paragraph is taken from last year's April proceedings in this room, before we bought the property.
That's correct. That's what was in the planning commission write-up, a proposed start date, a not definite start date.
Okay.
That was anticipating acquisition of 50 parcels.
These things are very complicated, and obviously, if you have 50 different pieces of property, the willingness of owners to, number one, understand the issue and understand the negotiations, you know, it's a very difficult process, particularly for a major arterial like this. Okay, Director Fortson, you're recognized, please.
Well, I think Mr. Honeywell clarified. I was going to make the point that in many city paving projects, there are target dates, but when it's dependent upon acquisition of land and right-of-way, which can be held up in the courts, there's no guarantee that targets can be hit. And it may be best efforts to complete something by a certain time. If you run into people unwilling to sell their property without legal action, that slows the entire process down.
Director Campuris, you're recognized, please.
Tony, tell me, can they use the building, come up? To Doris's question, can they use the building in the present condition? Can they have an occupancy permit?
Dr. Campuris, I don't know how far along they are, if they've done any improvements to the building. It's a different type of occupancy.
Well, my question, I mean, Doris really, I think, hit upon the major thing. If what's triggering this is the building the parking lot, is that correct?
Improvements to, they have a approved planned commercial development, which is that PCD that's outlined, that portion of the property is a building with parking, and then they're proposing the western half to be the parking lot.
Right, but, and what's it right now?
It's just undeveloped property with.
But my question is that, I mean, I can see both sides of this issue, unfortunately. Can they work on the building without doing the parking lot?
They can't open the building without the parking lot.
If they have a building permit, yes. But
that-
then the occupant, they have to do all the improvements to get the certificate of occupancy.
And so what triggers the street improvements?
Well, in this case, it was a grading permit.
But construction on the building would also trigger it as well,
It's
right?
Building and, or grading, right?
Yeah, I mean, because they have, in order to get occupancy, they have to run all the requirements.
What was that?
They have to fulfill their requirements, which the landscaping of the parking lot and everything that was.
In other words, they couldn't get a certificate of occupancy right now and use the building as it exists in this photograph?
No.
Which is basically a warehouse?
Yes.
They could not do that.
No.
I think that
That answered my
your question. Okay, thank you. Director Hendricks, you're recognized, please.
I'm sort of disturbed that it seems that Tom gave us information that we needed, and we're still going on and on and on. Doesn't
Well,
make sense to me.
You know, Director
Who-
Hendricks, that's the
you can't
democratic
talk while I'm
process.
talking. So I want to know who in the world are you trying to satisfy? The people, the board, or who? Tom is an attorney, and he made a statement, but it seems like you're ignoring what he said.
Director Hendricks, if I could, you know that from time to time, I will interrupt a presentation on zoning when it gets to an issue that should not be considered as part of the zoning decision. And in this case, what I was trying to say is that whether there are hate crimes, whether there's a raise in hate crimes, whether there's a sentiment against a particular group or religion in this country has nothing to do with the zoning issue, and that we need to focus on that. What the board wishes to do in terms of doing a waiver,
It's our
doing a
business.
deferral, upholding the planning commission, those are policy decisions as was stated for you. But they need to be made upon decisions other than what's happened in the country in terms of people's beliefs about a certain position.
I heard exactly what you said, but all this lip service that's going on right now. Planning has said what they had to say, Tony has said what he had to say, and the planning commission has voted 4 against, 4 for, 5 against, and 2 absent. So stop playing games, and somebody needs to come on and vote.
Well, Director Hendricks, as soon as you finished, I'm calling for a vote. So,
Thanks.
you know, we let people have an opportunity to speak about these issues, and we try to respect each other as it relates to that, and I'd like to ask you to respect your fellow colleagues about those issues as well. All right, the vote for this will be a vote yes.
4.
A vote yes, which is a vote for, is to grant the waiver of the Boundary Street ordinance requirements. A vote no is to disallow the waiver of the Boundary Street ordinance. So, all in favor of the ordinance indicate by saying yes. Or all opposed, say nay. The nays have it. A roll call is being requested.
Director Fortson?
No.
Director Adcock? No. Director Hendricks? Director Peck?
Yes.
Director Hines?
No.
Director Wright?
No.
Director Campuris?
By a vote of,
Vice Mayor Webb?
by a vote of 3 ayes and 5 noes, the ordinance has failed. Thank you all very much for your patience and your articulation of the issues. And have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we can now move on to ordinance number 22. Let me go ahead and ask for the first reading of ordinance number 22, please.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Breed Short Form PCD located at 5108 Baseline Road, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes.
There's a motion and a second, I believe, to suspend the rules and place this ordinance on second reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Second reading, please.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Breed Short Form PCD located at 5108 Baseline Road, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes.
We suspend the rules and place this on third and final reading.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place this ordinance on third and final reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Third and final reading, please.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned commercial district titled Breed, short form PCD, located at 5108 Baseline Road.
Okay, Director Adcock, you're recognized, please.
Tony, I'd like to know why you're recommending denial. This was brought up before Southwest United for Progress, and they recommended it. Also, Windermere Neighborhood Association at their neighborhood meeting voted unanimously to support this. This has been a real negative in that area. It's been all run down, and these people are going to fix it up, and it's going to look so much better. So I just was wondering why staff is doing a denial.
Director Adcock, Mr. Carter, if we could go, to the zoning map. The property in question has a depth of 600 feet. There is an existing commercial building on the front of it, and staff is not opposed to the reuse of that. Our concern is extending this commercial, non-residential zoning that far back, which would put it adjacent to residential uses on the east side and then further to the north. And we're concerned about potential impacts or that relationship. We've tried to avoid these types of situations. And again, we support the reuse of the front building it has existing parking, and that's been its history. But allowing this to move to the north, we have concerns with.
Well, the neighborhood took all this into consideration, and they worked with the lady back on the back building that the hours and everything was things that they worked together on. This trailer park over to your right is in horrible condition, and this would allow some redevelopment in that area, and hopefully we could get someone to take the trailer park and redevelop that property. Windermere, which is the neighborhood that you're talking about behind it, all those neighbors was all for it because this has been so negative with homeless people on this property and everything. They felt like with Southwest Ups that this would allow some redevelopment in that area. So I would like for the board to consider voting to allow this because it would be a big help to that neighborhood, and it would help to maybe eliminate that trailer park at some time.
And the planning commission heard all our side of it and the applicants, and you see the vote was 9 ayes, 0 noes. So
You've been there before, haven't you, Tony?
no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good planning.
Okay, there are no other questions, so let me ask for a vote. All in favor of the passage of ordinance?
Whoa. Explain yea or nay, Mayor. Make sure I get it right.
A vote aye is to vote to approve the planned zoning development as requested. A vote nay is to vote against it.
So they won't be able to do.
A vote nay would be supporting the staff.
Okay.
And I would be.
Yes would be supporting the planning commission.
The planning commission and the neighborhood and Southwest Ups.
That's
And
correct.
me.
I don't want them Southwest Up people coming after me.
All in favor of the ordinance indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Present.
All right, by
No, I meant that.
7-1.
Should
a
have been
vote
here
of
represented.
7 to 0 to 1, the ordinance is passed.
That's what they
He
feel
should have been
like.
here and represented himself.
Director Hendricks always votes with the staff. I would remind her
And then
of
let
that
me
fact.
remind, he should have been here. I don't vote for people when they should be here.
Okay, ordinance number 23, first reading, please.
An ordinance to condemn certain structures in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas as a structural fire and health hazards, to provide for summary abatement procedures, to direct city staff to take such action as is necessary to raise and remove said structures, to declare an emergency, and for other purposes.
Move to suspend the rules and place on second reading.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place this ordinance on second reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Second reading, please.
An ordinance to condemn certain structures in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas as structural, fire, and health hazards, to provide for summary abatement procedures, to direct city staff to take such action as is necessary to raise and remove said structures, to declare an emergency, and for other purposes.
Move to suspend the rules and place on third and final reading.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place the ordinance on third and final reading. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Third and final reading, please.
An ordinance to condemn certain structures in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas as structural, fire, and health hazards, to provide for summary abatement procedures, to direct city staff to take such action as is necessary to raise and remove said structures, to declare an emergency.
Thank you. I've got 4 cards, 3 that are against and 1 that is for this ordinance. So let me call on the 4 first. Patrick Nayland? Patrick Nayland here?
I wrote that wrong. I'm against it.
Ah, I suspected as much. Okay, well, Mr. Nayland, come forward, please, and identify which property you wish to discuss.
5121 West 33rd Street.
5121 West 33rd, excuse me.
Right. Wrong house.
That's not mine. Where?
5121 was 33rd.
That's Ward 2.
Ward 2.
So this is a property that
It's in my family.
this was a property that was brought to us previously in November of 2015 and was removed after a discussion apparently with you or someone about the house.
Well, that's just it.
Pardon?
It was removed, but I never know the reason why. I came down here for it, but Mr. Garland said it had been removed off the agenda.
Well, that's.
But I never got a reason why it was removed off the agenda.
Well, are you wishing to have it torn down?
No, well, I tried to tear it down, but code enforcement had a hold on it.
What are you asking the board to do as it relates to this house, Mr.
Okay,
Naylor?
I want to fix it up, but I don't want to have to spend $30,000 like code enforcement says it will cost. This is the house that my sister lives in, which is right across, basically diagonally from the corner, the second house over from the end. That there is Anna Street, 33rd Street. That's what the house looks like right now. That's why I worked on it.
Which house are you showing us?
This is the one that's on Anna Street, but this is what that house will look like when I get through with it.
So what you're representing to us is what you believe this house would look like after you get done
Yes.
working on it?
Okay, if you look at the front of that house, looks pretty darn good shape. That's yellow. It's a midsummer yellow with a hunter green trim. There's the back of the house. Same thing, basically. That's been rebuilt. If you go to the one with the ladder on it, that was the original front of this house where those 2 double hung windows are right now. This house should have been the one that they should have been on the condemned list, not that one. Because this one here was in bad shape. I fixed up everything on it. I mean, rebuilt windows, everything, by myself. This house right here, probably 150% better than what it looks like when I started on it. And that house will look just like this, basically. Fixed up, repaired. I don't want to rent it. So I'll do the mechanical and plumbing and electrical upgrades when I need to rent it. But I don't want to rent it. Because the area that it's in right now, I call that the kind of like the middle combat zone. Asher Avenue has just gotten to be just too bad. I don't want to put anybody in those, be in a house where there's gunfire every night along Asher Avenue. I have an estimated cost, how much it's gonna take to build it, all the material list and everything. Costs less than $3,000 to fix up the outside of the house.
So you're just wanting to fix up the outside of the house. You do not want to do any of the work that would be required to get a certificate of occupancy.
Right. When I do want to, bring it all up to code, I'll have the electrical done and the plumbing done. And mechanical, it's got heating in it, so I wouldn't have to worry about mechanical other than a hot water heater that someone stole out of it.
Mr. Carter, would you show the rest of the photographs on this, please?
That's not, oh wait, back up. That doesn't exist anymore. That was the back porch. That was still part of the back porch. That's the living room. That's the dining room. That took me to tear off that whole back section of that house and put that in there took me 3 days. When I had the 3 days on a permit that they pulled on me. Which they shouldn't have pulled because it took them 32 days to get the estimate over to permit office so I could get the building permit.
Okay, thank you. Director Adcock, do you have a question for
Sir, I
Mr.
think
Nalen?
you was a gentleman that called me and you said you wanted to use this as a warehouse
Yes,
for storage stuff.
but I'm through with that. I'm not going to change it to a warehouse. Don't want to.
But you don't want to fix up the inside of it now.
Not right this minute. Well, the only thing that needed to be fixed on the inside is the ceiling in the dining room and the floor in a back bedroom. The back bedroom had a leak in it and caused the floor to be rotted out some.
How long have you owned this house?
I got to think here for a second. See, he's 47. It's been in my family's house and families for about 40 years,
And how long has it been since anyone lived in it?
13 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nalen.
Okay.
Oh, his budget? Are you willing to show the budget to Director Hines?
Anybody else want to see what it would cost?
Did you repair the roof where the leaks were?
No, because I got to have a building permit and it's got a hold on it
So it's still leaking?
in that one spot. Seems like it takes you got to have a building permit to even cover up a spot.
Director Campuris, you're recognized, please.
Just, have we ever given approval just to fix the outside of a house? And not, I mean, this is a little bit,
Well, if I
it's a great
improve the
idea.
outside of the house, the tax will increase, the property tax will increase by $100 because that's how much we got pulled off of it when they put those big red stickers on the house. And that goes right back to M1 resolution, I believe it is, mill tax for property tax. So that'd
Well,
be
you know, one of
added back to
one
it.
of the things that's very disconcerting to the board is the fact that obviously it's in substandard condition substantially in terms of the exterior, in terms of paint, in terms of the boarded up windows that are again, just sheet or plywood covering the windows. Are you proposing to do any of that work?
Oh, yeah, the windows are all going to be pulled out of there and new windows stuck in there as on my rehabilitation and of the residents. The windows, they're approximately $108 a piece. They're double hung, double insulated, low E rating on them. And it will fix the ones all over across the front, the ones along the sides. The west side is okay. Got to replace one on the east side of the building. I don't like the way that front porch looks. I'd probably tear that out too because it's concrete. And then go from basically where the valley is on that gable end, go back with a porch all the way across it.
Just, can I ask you one other question?
Mr. Nalen?
Yeah.
You sit on here, I currently have no intentions to rent the building out to anyone. When I do, all electrical, mechanical, and plumbing will be brought up to code.
Yes.
When is that going to occur? A year, 10
mean,
years,
well,
20 years? It's been
no,
since
I mean-
2009's when we first put this on our list.
Well, see, I didn't get into the picture on this one here until 2015. I mean, because my sister was taking care of the property then, and she just does not have the financial means to do it.
Well,
See, I'd have to do these here one at a time.
Just as one of the group that's here, if you want to talk about fixing it up over a time certain, then I'll listen to that. But
Okay.
fixing up the outside and then leaving it is not something I'm gonna vote for.
Well, I'm not gonna leave it. I mean, I'll go back in there and get the mechanical, the plumbing, and the electrical done.
Well, the question
You
is,
want a time frame,
A reasonable time frame.
okay? Well,
I mean,
I'm not a rich
what we may
man.
want to do is say, you come back in a month and tell us what you're going to do, and we'll consider it. But I'm not going to vote on.
I know, I
mean,
realize
I'm
that.
just telling you, this is a new one.
A new one on you?
Mr. Nalen,
People have asked for, I've never heard of this one.
did you say that your sister lives right around the corner from this?
Yes, sir. In the house.
So
that
I'm
I
just curious,
fixed up.
if your sister's willing to live there and other people are willing to live there, why would you not want to go ahead and do this project all at once? I mean, I'm sure
No, my
you
sister-
suggested
my
some
sister-
safety issues,
That house.
that area, and your sister lives in that area.
Yes,
Well, I'm sure you're concerned about the safety of your sister, but
right.
you're not willing to fix
That's
this
why
up
I
to
wanna
put a
fix
tenant
up
in there?
At least the outside of it to where it will deter people from even thinking about breaking into it. I mean, I think she told me that less than a week after the lady had moved out, that it was broken into. That's why she was told to put the boards on the windows. Okay?
Are you willing to give a date certain when you would do the improvements to the interior?
Well, it all depends on how fast I can accumulate money. Because I figure, let's see, it costs almost, $4,400, $4,500 just for the electrical. The plumbing, there's nothing wrong with the plumbing with the exception of, where they ripped out the copper. I'll install that myself. That's less than $400. Then there's the rest of the building of finishing up the whole outside.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. We give him a month to come back with a concrete proposal, and either we accept it or we tear it down.
Okay. Well, I tried to tear it down, but they wouldn't let me.
There's a motion and a second to remove this from the ordinance
Right.
and to have it brought back to the board in 30 days with a specific plan of renovation of the entire building with a
Or
timeline.
it's gone.
Okay, with timelines?
Yeah, or it's gone.
I'm gonna take everybody here just a second. So is that the motion?
Yes.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Yes, okay, good. All right, the next person is Director Wright and then Director Adcock. You wish to speak to the motion, Director Wright?
I withdraw my question.
Okay, Director Adcock, you're
I'd
recognized.
like to hear from staff on this before we vote.
All right. Mr. Carlin? Mr. Naylor, you just have a seat, and then if there's any other questions, we'll call you back up. Thank you.
Mr. Garland, would you give us some history of this, please? And how long you've been trying to work with Mr. Nails on getting this done? And he also said that you refused to let him tear this house down.
Mayor, members of the board, Director Adcock, this property was declared unsafe vacant in August 2009. Mr. Nayland made staff aware that there was a estate and that he was a part of. All of our previous notifications to the owner, who happened to have been deceased, were being returned. So he, in fact, faxed me a copy of the estate on November 6, 2015, at which time he was then sent all of the proper notification of what the city's intent was. The most recent conversation I've had with Mr. Nayland was when you contacted me asking whether the use of a residential structure is permitted as storage, and it's not. We have not been presented any plans, presented any budgets from Mr. Nayland or any family members. Our current estimate for repairs to that structure is $40,000, and that's about 3 years old.
Okay. And he's said that you had refused to let him tear this house down.
I don't know that I've ever denied an owner the opportunity to demolish their own structures. In fact, it helps my budget.
Okay.
So I don't know that I would have done that. What we typically will not do is approve a building permit on a structure that's been declared unsafe and vacant until we're presented a timeline of what you plan to do, and you provide us some reasonable assurances and verification of the financial capacity to complete the project.
His budget that he has with him tonight shows that he can do the complete outside of this house with $3,000. Do you think that's possible?
Director, on that question, I would have to defer to someone that's more experienced in building, but the staff member responsible for presenting and preparing properties for demolition, Mr. Rick Purifoy, and you're familiar with him, is an ex-builder. One of the things he take into consideration is evaluating our estimates.
Well, I'm sure that includes the labor costs that Mr. Nayland is suggesting he'll do on his own.
I would not be in a position to determine whether $3,000 would get the exterior of that structure done and to what degree.
Have we ever given somebody the opportunity to just do outside and not do the inside?
Not in my time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garland. You know, this is kind of like, I guess, situations, while you're exactly right, we've never really had anything like this. But it's not unusual that for someone to take a building that is vacant and board it up and secure it, which we do allow people to do. So it's really the presentation of the exterior of it that has always been our greatest concern, is that a building looking like this is a degradation to the neighborhood, but painted up and fixed up with windows in it, even if it's not being completely done on the inside, is not unlike some of the other kind of houses that we see in the city where we've got a vacant property that still needs work done to it. So there's a motion and a second to remove this from the ordinance and to bring it back in 30 days and let Mr. Nayland have the opportunity to give us a detailed budget and a timeline on when he will have it finished. That's the motion and second. Yes. Okay. That's the motion. There's okay, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Opposed say nay. No. The ayes have it. Mr. Nayland, you've got 30 days, so if you will work with Mr. Garland and make sure that you follow up with him with the details of the request. And then we'll consider that at that time. Okay, the next card I have is Lee Anthony.
Sorry about that.
Come forward, please. Did you have a question?
Well, is there any programs currently available to get fundings for for helping on building houses, on refurbishing houses?
Well, you'd have to talk with our housing staff, and you can do that with the gentleman sitting right next to Mr. Carlin.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll be back in 30 days then.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Lee Anthony. Mr. Lee Anthony here? Well, that was 2109 South Park. Is that on here? Yeah. 2109 Park Street. Mr. Anthony is not here. Okay. Jordan Haas. Mr. Haas, which house are you here on?
2313 Center.
Go ahead, please.
Sure. I purchased this house at a tax auction a little bit less than a year ago. The foundation of the house is sound, and the exterior structure is repairable in my estimation. So what my plan of action would be is to quiet the title. This would be the first time I've gone through that process. But at that point in time, I would be willing to renovate the house and get it up to snuff, and I think it would be a waste to demolish the building.
So you just purchased this, is that right?
I purchased it a little bit less than a year ago through a tax auction, so I have not yet quieted the title. So it is recent. I've received one letter, and then this, I tried to meet with the code officer at that point in time. He did not show up when I tried to meet him. I did have a phone conversation with him and told him exactly what I just told y'all, and he said that that I would hear back. And the second letter I got was to be here tonight, and so that's why I'm here.
All right, Director Hendricks, you're recognized, please.
Young man, are you in the Capital Zoning District? Have you received anything from them?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Director Hines?
What's your timetable for getting quiet title on this?
I actually, honestly, I don't know. We would start that process immediately. I imagine that that would be maybe a 3-month process, but I don't know if anybody would know better than me.
Well,
Tom?
Have you done a title review on this to find out how many heirs you're going to have to notify?
What is an heir?
Somebody who's gotten a piece of the property titled intestate because of somebody dying?
No, I have not. And this would be the first time I've ever gone through a quiet title process.
Sometimes, you know, if we're lucky, then we have the notice. It doesn't take that long. But if it's not lucky, it can take a considerable period of time.
So my question to the board would be what your recommendation would be, I guess, for myself in this situation.
Mr. Haas, are you in the business of purchasing property and renovating properties?
Yes, sir.
Explain that a little bit to us so we can get an idea of your capability of renovating this building.
Yes, sir. I specifically try to renovate historic properties. I live in Ward 1, Ms. Hendricks. Own several properties within Ward 1, almost all of them being historic structures. This is not a historic structure. It's not tax credit eligible. However, I believe it's fixable. In my professional experience, I don't like to see structure's torn down. Now, I also don't want to get in the way of a train, which sort of seems like I've gotten in that situation in this, in the sense that I only halfway own it right now, and need to go through the process to be able to get clean title. But I'd be excited and appreciative of the allowance of time for me to be able to get that process done so I can fix the house.
Well, generally speaking, you can initiate a quiet title action by going ahead and getting the title search done and doing that immediately, and then trying to go ahead and file your motion for a quiet title in the court. Was this in an estate? Do you recall what the background is on it?
I don't.
You don't know? Okay, well, generally speaking, after a year, you can move forward on these with making sure that any prior owners have been given adequate time and notice that it was sold by the land commissioner. So you're pretty close to that right now. I think if, as Mr. Carpenter said, unless you got a bunch of heirs all over the country, once they do the title work, you might be able to move forward fairly quickly. So
180 days. Make a motion to give him 180 days to get the my tongue tied. The quiet title on the property and have it back before us if he does. So we just need to remove it from the ordinance for 180 days. Tom, will that be the motion? Remove this from the ordinance for 180 days to allow him to get quiet title on the property and so he can proceed forward.
there's a motion and a second. Director Hendricks, you want to speak to the motion?
More than 280 days. I was a broker for 26 years. Doesn't take that long to get a title.
But
Clearance on title.
180 days, so 6 months.
That's too long. Why are you gonna give him that much time?
Well, because I've got some folks whispering in my ear it might take that long.
180 days is going to give them time to get a title search. Most title companies go back 30 years, but if there is a group of heirs, you're going to have to go longer than that. And then if you've got to notify them, and some of them have died, you got to find their heirs, and then you publish it, and it can take 3 months.
I hear you, but I was a broker for 26
All
years.
right, well, the
Does
motion-
not take it.
The motion is for 180 days. Director Hendricks has expressed her opposition to that, so let me go ahead and call for a vote, and let's see if we can move forward. All in favor of the motion to remove and give the owner 180 days to come back with a plan for the rehabilitation of this, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Both say nay. The ayes have it. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Haas, and if you will work with Mr. Garland,
Sure.
keep him advised on this on a regular basis.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Haas, too, I'd make sure part of that, in that next 180 days, make sure you come up with a plan for the rehab as well to present to our staff, because they're going to be looking for that.
Okay, and will I go to staff, or will I need to come to another?
You go to
hearing?
staff, because they'll present it, clean it up for us.
If they don't think you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, they'll be back here with this ordinance again.
Well, you'll never see me again.
Famous last words.
Okay, one more, Lisa Two Rivers. Director Adcock, go ahead, please.
Mr. Hines,
Mr. Hines?
Mr. Hines, the best person for you to speak to is the man in the blue striped tie back there, because he can tell you all about your quiet title and what process you need to go through.
Thank you.
Lisa Two Rivers. Lisa, come forward, please.
Lisa who?
Two Rivers.
Is this 2521 Wolf? How we dealt with this?
Didn't do it, so she's back. That's what happens when you fix up the outside and not the inside.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I was in front of the board a few months ago and was given to them time to get financing.
and I provided that to Victor Turner, and he provided it to all of you. Sorry about my voice.
If you'll move that microphone a little closer, please.
So I had I brought in the estimate, which was $26,000. I saved 13,000 since I saw you last, and the contractor is financing the remainder and ready to start right away. I provided the board with a bank statement that I do have that amount in my bank, the estimate, which is the same one I provided last time I was here, and a contract stating that the contractor is going to finance the remaining balance.
So,
But it's been certified to the state.
so you provided staff with the notice of having adequate funds to do this?
Yes, I did.
All right, so Mr. Jones, why is this back before us?
Mr. Garland, or Victor?
Mayor, members of the board, Ms. Two Rivers came in October 2016, and the board gave her 120 days. And if she hadn't provided the securing of financing within that time period, it would come back before the board. We've gone a little bit beyond the 120 days. What she's asked of us is to allow her to get started. Our estimate in 2014 was about 40,000. She did provide March 31st a bank statement listing $13,000 and a contract that the contractor would begin work. But it was scheduled to come back before you all anyway, just to reconsider. She did not meet the 120 days. It's been about 180 days now. But
So is that why it's back before us? Because she
yes.
just didn't get it here in 120, but she does have any...
we didn't, staff opinion, we didn't agree with allowing her just to get started without having enough financing to complete the full rehab. We were in a disagreement with that.
Okay. All right. So, Lisa, would you explain to us, so you've got $13,000 prepared to do some of the work. How are you proposing to get the rest of the work finished?
No, I'm not sure where he's getting 40,000. The estimate that I provided to the board in October says 26,000. It is still 26,000. I have 13,000 cash in the bank, and my contractor is financing the rest of the work, the completed
Do you have a
job.
contract with the contractor for
I
$26,000?
do. I provided that to Mr. Turner as well.
I see. Okay, is there a motion? Director Hendricks, you're recognized.
Yeah, I turn my, I want to ask you, on this printout, it says certified to the state. Is that the house?
The what now?
Do you all see that?
I mean, she hasn't paid, she's got
On
back
which printout are you speaking of?
The
It's up there on the thing. Your house is certified to the state.
I have no idea what that means.
They do.
Okay, well,
Mr. Garland, can you tell us about whether or not the taxes, are the taxes delinquent, and that's why it's been certified to the state?
not,
What?
absolutely not delinquent.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor, members of the board, one of the things that we've added to our condemnation is identifying those properties that we show on record being certified to the state.
Was that done back in 14, or was that done for today?
I'll have to verify that specifically, Mayor, in terms of what specific date that was referenced. Is one of the things that we pull or we request is a limited title search prior to presenting these properties, as well as the assessor's records. So I'll have to verify that date to make sure.
And my other concern is that we have received many telephone calls and letters, emails from the owners that live next door to this property. We've been promising that this house was to be repaired since 2014, and here it is 2017. And would you, Scott, turn the photos around, please, please. And we have made a commitment to the owner because of the property next door. Do you all have a picture of the house next door? You don't have that?
Not with us,
A
Director
beautiful,
Hendricks.
beautiful home. And this is the house where we had the problem with the goats and all that stuff way back. This is that same house. And the residents are not pleased with it. All the other houses in that block is in good shape. I know I wouldn't want to live next door to it.
Okay, Director Adcock, you're recognized, please.
I was the same question about the being certified to the state.
I'll verify that.
Well,
Mayor, members of the
Lisa, thank you. If you would do that, Ed, thank you. So you're saying the taxes are current?
They are current, and they've never been delinquent since I've owned the property. Now, I did buy it from someone who bought it from the state. If that's what he's looking at, that's before my time, sir.
Okay, when did you purchase it?
2002.
Okay, Director Campuris, you're recognized, please.
Let me understand. You've got a contract. The builder is going to finance half of it.
Yes, sir.
When can you start?
As soon as you release the permits to the house.
So the choice is either believe you and get started or tear the house down?
No, sir, you don't have to believe me. I provided Mr.
No,
Turner
I
with
do believe you.
Okay, yes, I
what
provided the contract.
what I'm saying is I do believe you. I mean, our options are either get started on this and fix it up or tear it down.
The reason it's here is
this
because she
is
didn't
another
make the
dummy.
100. The reason
Yes.
she's here is because it didn't make the 120 days.
I know, but if she's got the contract now, I mean, our two options are either get on with this or tear it down. I vote we move on and let's get on.
Is there a motion?
Yes,
What is your motion?
to remove it from the list.
All right. There's a motion and a second, and to remove this particular piece of property, 2521 Will Street, from the list. Well, if it does, then we'll see, Mr. Garland can bring it back to us if this passes.
If we pass a motion for her to start, I never heard of such, it's right here in front of you that this property belongs to the state.
Nobody knows.
And so you're disregarding the staff, that's what I'm hearing.
Director Campuris, did you have anything else? All right, Director Adcock, you're recognized.
Well, I wanted to know if we had a date that she was going to come back, a date she was going to start, or just to say, go out and get started.
She said June she's going to start.
What?
She said June she's going to start. Didn't you say June?
No, sir, I said as soon as you release the permits, I'll start.
So she started next week?
Which means she can start next week if we'll issue the permits.
Yes, sir.
All right, would you, all right, so there's a motion and a second to remove this from the ordinance. Is there any further discussion about the motion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, saying nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. So it's been removed as well. If you would provide Mr. Garland with evidence that your contractor has started once you get the permits.
Okay.
And they get started so that we know that it's actually progressing. Otherwise, he'll be back, putting this back on the agenda again, okay?
Would you like the tax records as well?
If you can clear that issue up, that would be helpful, yes.
Yes, I can do that.
Director Hines.
We have a process for these properties, if I'm correct. Once they've been in rehab, correct? We've got that staff takes care of. Once we pull them out and she's got a rehab, y'all have got a whole permitting process, right? That's I think every 60 or 90 days y'all are looking at it to make sure it's progressing. So we've got something we put in place several years ago to cover us, to make sure that once we say it's okay, So I think we're covered, and staff knows that's a process they've been using for several years that they put in place. Thank you.
Okay, Director Hendricks, do you have anything else?
Before she can even bill, the department would have to prove that it doesn't belong to the state. Do they have to do that?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, my question is, Mr. Ed said that they do have, but he didn't have the exact date that it showed that that property belonged to the state.
Well, he said he's going to have to do some research on that. I don't think he knows at this point in time. Is that correct? Yeah.
But Ed, has that happened? You just don't have the date with you? Right, he has it, he just doesn't have the date in his phone.
We've already voted, so let's move on.
What do you have?
All right.
What do you-
All right.
Mayor,
So
Mayor, there's, the young man trying to tell
the
you
ordinance
something.
has been amended.
Howard is trying to tell you something.
The ordinance has been amended, so I'm going to ask now for a vote on the ordinance. All in favor of the passage of ordinance 23 as amended, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay, because the woman next door.
All right, the ordinance is passed. And on the emergency clause, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The emergency clause is also passed. Thank you.
Hmm?
Oh, wait a minute, maybe not.
Emergency clause did not pass. You only
1,
have
2,
7 votes.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it does not pass. It takes 8.
I think she didn't realize she's voting against the other ones being torn down. I don't think she realizes that.
What's happening down there?
The question is, your vote on the emergency clause, the ordinance had passed. The question is, does it take effect immediately? And if you vote no, it doesn't. If you vote yes, it does.
Well, and Director Hendricks, I think
I voted no on everything.
on the main motion,
No.
so all of the other properties that are on this demolition ordinance, you want to remain?
I thought we were just voting on one issue, and that was her house.
No, we've got several of the properties that are on the ordinance.
Okay.
3 have been removed,
Mm-hmm.
but the rest of them are still on there. Do you wish to see those demolished?
So who made that motion?
Well, I asked for the
Tom, who made the
motion
motion?
as amended to vote on the condemnation ordinance.
They're all in your ward.
Yeah, I know, all but one.
Want them tore down or not?
All of them, yeah, tear them down. I could care
And
less.
vote
Do you want it to begin quickly is the question.
Yes.
Okay, then your vote for the emergency clause should be yes to let that begin quickly. Do you wish to change your vote?
I want to tell you the truth, it's so mixed up.
I understand, and that's why I'm trying to clarify it. If
Okay.
you vote yes on the emergency clause, then we can proceed with the demolitions.
The emergency clause is to,
To be
Start
able to
immediately.
proceed immediately with the demolition work.
I'm ready for that.
Okay, so your vote is changed from no on the emergency clause to yes, is that correct?
Her thing, he said to me to say yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, the mayor be whipping this stuff so fast, but for her house, I'm concerned about staff making sure that that property belongs to the state. So why would we sit here and pass for her to do something? That doesn't make sense.
What's happened with Mr. Rivers' house is that
They can't sell it to nobody
Yeah,
until she gets that
that's,
show.
if everybody will, just step back for a minute.
It's 10:30 at night.
I realize the evening is late.
10:30 at night.
the,
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and ask the city clerk to, I'm gonna open up the public hearing on item 24 and ask her to read the resolution, please.
A resolution to approve the amended uses of the 2017 CDBG entitlement funds and for other purposes.
There's a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the passage of the resolution indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. Very good. We
close
can
the
now.
public hearing.
What?
You need to close the public hearing.
Thank you. We've now closed the public hearing. Annie Robinson. Annie, you made it till 10:30. Thank you very much for being with us.
Okay, good evening. I'm speaking on the homeless. I heard they're moving in Southwest. They sit and lay in parks, throw trash on ground and ditches, look like a landfill. They don't pick up, begging for money, not jobs. Admit they drink, smoke, and gamble. They need homes. They are shooed from downtown. Southwest and East End went from clean and beautiful to ghetto. In wards 1 and 2, everything goes. I don't want to live in the ghetto anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie Robinson, who wished to express some concerns about the homeless. Okay, that concludes our citizen communication. I'm going to ask that at the appropriate time for this meeting to be a motion to recess this meeting until next Tuesday for the purpose of the executive session for appointments. There's a motion, and is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. All in favor of recessing this meeting until next Tuesday indicate by saying aye. Opposed, saying nay. All right, final thoughts. Vice Mayor Webb.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, I just continue to get a lot of complaints about the panhandling, and just hope that we're addressing that issue of the folks being in the median and darting out in traffic and being unsafe. Thank you.
Yeah, we're all getting them. In fact, it was a discussion point at the AMP Commission today, and I think Mr. Baker is going to be visiting with you, Mr. Carpenter, to give us an update on the opinion, and then, of course, Mr. Jones, it's an enforcement question, I believe. The other issue is that apparently there's a state statute that prohibits anyone from standing or in the right-of-way of state highways. And so all of these exit ramps and entrance ramps where we have homeless standing apparently could be dealt with by our highway police or the highway department and the highway police. So I would like you to look at that as well, so we can have an opportunity to see whether or not we can get our highway commission and their enforcement agencies to do some patrolling on that. All right, would you put that in the equation? Yes, Mr. Carpenter. Well, if there's the state statute, I think that's your bailiwick, okay? Good. Director Wright.
Mr. Jones, about a month ago, I requested some information on some data for Colonel Glenn in the area where I've had the shootings, and to date I have not received that information. So I'd like a written explanation from the city manager's office as to why I have not received a requested document.
I think part of that, there was a memo prepared and ready, but police department wanted to clarify some of the data that they had.
And it took them a month to do that.
And it was withheld last week.
So it took a month to do that. Don't you find that troubling, that it would take a month to do that? It begs me to question, are you trying to keep some information from me?
Not at all.
That I have a right to
not at
and
all,
ask,
but I think
Let's be respectful of staff. Mr. Jones has indicated that the police department held it up, and if we can leave that
Mayor,
message, just a second,
why don't
please.
you ask staff to be respectful of me as an elected official when I request information? There was no attempt
Director
to
Wright,
come back to me and
Director Wright.
explain anything to me, and yet you want to jump in the midst of it.
Director Wright, I don't think it serves a purpose to be argumentative with staff when the police chief or the police department is not here to be able to respond more specifically to your question. They can get you a more specific answer. You've asked why it took so long. Mr. Jones indicated there was some review that needed to be done of the data, and I'm sure that there will be an answer for you. But
May I finish then?
Made your point.
Mr. Jones, I apologize. I'm very angry and testy. I'm tired. But I do want that information. And I also asked you to have 36th Street cut over a month ago, and it's still not cut, and my constituents are complaining. How about that, Mayor?
That's very nice. Thank you, Director Wright.
Now,
all right, one final thing, two things. First of all, the National Federation of Black Public Administrators are here in town for their convention. It's particularly significant because our city manager, Bruce Moore, is the president of that organization, and so there are activities coming up at the end of the week. There is a reception, the president's reception, Bruce's reception, on Friday at, I believe, 5 o'clock to 7, so it doesn't completely conflict with the sculpture, and it's at the Little Rock Club, and I really would encourage, and I think it would be great respect for our city manager to, if our board members could try and make it there. So I wanted to remind everybody of that, and wish you all a nice, happy remainder of the evening. We are in recess.